Good morning. Morokeni. Okay, may we all rise for our national anthem. Maybe before we are going to call upon Mr. Stephanus Kudumo to come open our gathering with a prayer. Mr. Kudumo, can you make your way to the podium?
Mpandu, mugende silika. Tanika rugana tupwe kandero meraka lio undambo. Kuninkira imwe kuvuro yulipoka oke. Kapinena kara ne reso. Niena suguara menda perezina skwafa. Tukandereni. Karunga ka Isaka, karunga ka Abraham, karunga ka Yakobo. Mongurangurezi. Tunawiza. Ipwasi tuyali nungure poro inka imwe yavuru kumoneka pangesi. Kompatate, apatu karose, tatu kundindire otu kwafe, tu unyonge ndaka zimwe tupu. Ipwasi, ne iwa wana turongili kidre, ne ina tuvura katura po, ikalize pwa na mangoga. Pangesi mosuruwesi, tatu kuundire nyasi, magano dona, gatunde magano getu, nyetu kare ne gano limwe tupu. Liokutunga sorongo sana Namibia. Eita ni undire mwompa gwetu Yesu Kristo. Amen.
Okay, we may be seated. Thank you. moving since I'm tall and the other speakers, but it's okay. Well, this morning we are gathered here for our National Upstream Petroleum Local Content Policy in the Kavango West in the town of Nkurenkuru. Before we are going to start with the program, allow me to observe the dignitaries that are before us. The Honorable Vernas Nimbo, Governor of Kavango West. Can we give her a round of applause? All regional councillors in absentia, Your Worship, Japhet Muti, the Mayor of Nkurenkuru, Julia Sakwaneo, Police Commander for Kavango West, Chairperson of Local Authority Council, and all local authority councillors present, Ms. Maggie Shino, the Petroleum Commissioner and Head of the Delegation, all traditional leaders from the Ukwangali, Mbunza, Sambio Traditional Authority, and all traditional authority councillors present, Chief Regional Officer, Mr. Matthew Singambwe, all Chief Executive Officers and Acting CEO, all head of offices, ministries and agencies, institution of high learning, members, esteemed members of communities, and captain of industry, representative of civil society, the youth of Nkurenkuru, and community member and the media, I welcome you all to this engagement. So, for us to begin, I'm going to call upon His Worship, the Mayor of Nkurenkuru, to Mr. Japhet Muti, sorry, not Mweti, but Muti, to come give us the welcoming remark. Mr. Muti.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremony. Honorable Verna Snimbo, Governor of Kavango West Region. Honorable Local Authority Councillors present here. Mr. Singambwe Matthew, Chief Regional Officer of Kavango West Region, Commissioner Maggie Shino, Petroleum Commissioner, Mr. Oswald Sihova, Acting CEO of Nkurenkuru Town, the youth who are present here, when we used to be outside, there are a lot of people who are active on social media. But I cannot see them here. But I believe the information, they receive the information. Now, if you want to change, and this is the policy, and you are not here, so we'll wait for Honorable Governor. Let me stand on the yearly protocol established. Nampilingoso nikapandure tupu bakuru na wetu abali tura momo kuizako igongi kara Nkurenkuru to adiawe ni asa bakondi kwa hara igongi ngwende otate veyo twampandura kwemwa wiza nyone nungundi wokuga magano makaramomu pilingo mtu akarose vadinkantu twasesu. Director of Ceremony. All participants who are present here, I observe the protocol as yearly established. Good morning. It is both an honor and a privilege to welcome you to this pivotal public consultation on the National Upstream Petroleum Local Content Policy. Today marks a significant step in shaping a future where Namibians' oil and gas sectors become a true engine of inclusive growth, local empowerment, and national pride. Director of Ceremony, Honorable Governor, this policy is not just a document. It is a commitment to ensure the Namibians are not only spectators, but active participants and beneficiaries in development of our petroleum resource. Through skill development, local business inclusions, and strategy partnership, we aim to build a resilient and prosperous energy sector that reflects the talent and potential of our people. Your presence here today signals a shared vision. It shows that together, the government, industries, civil society, and communities, we are ready to collaborate, listen, and shape a policy that speaks to our collective aspiration. Let us engage openly, think boldly, and work constructively. The insight you share today will help refine the framework that will guide Namibian upstream petroleum journey for generations to come. Finally, let me welcome you to this engagement and feel welcome. I thank you.
I think the mayor deserves another round of applause. Thank you very much for that warm welcome. We indeed feel welcomed. Since we are running behind time with our program, I even ended up forgetting introducing myself as your master of ceremony. Well, my name is Petrus Robert, also an inhabitant of the Kavango region. So, today we are going to talk about the National Upstream Petroleum Local Content Policy. In its draft format, our main purpose here is to present the local content policy and also seek for the input or contribution from the community of Kavango West and Nkurenkuru town this morning. So, as we are going to proceed with our program, I'm going to call upon our Honorable Vernas Nimbo, Governor of Kavango West, to come deliver her statement. Honorable Governor.
Thank you. Please. Tuingire ntupu. Thank you. Director of Proceedings, Mr. Robert. Your Worship, Japheth Muti, the Mayor of Nkurenkuru Town, all local authority councillors present, Mr. Matthew Singambwe, Chief Regional Officer of Kavango West Regional Council, Commissioner Julia Sakuaneo, the Regional Commander of Kavango West Region. I also acknowledge the Deputy Commissioner, Kudumo, Ms. Maggie Shino, Petroleum Commissioner, Mr. Charles Mbeha, Upstream Petroleum Unit, Mr. Johannes Mbundu, NAMCOR representative, traditional authorities representatives, all stakeholders present, business community present. I also recognize the chairperson of the NCCI, Mr. Patrick, community members present, the media, my dear good friends, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, Morokeni. It is a profound honor for me standing here today in the mighty Kavango West region to welcome you all, including those joining us virtually to this important gathering. At the outset, allow me to extend my deep appreciation to everyone who has taken time out of your busy schedules to attend, listen, and participate in this significant program led by our government. Your presence and contributions are crucial as we deliberate on a policy of national importance. I encourage orderly and constructive participation to assist government in finalizing the National Upstream Petroleum Local Content Policy. As per our established procedures, before any policy is adopted, the public is given the opportunity to provide input because such policies directly affect every Namibia or Namibian. Today, we gather not only as residents of this region, but as citizens whose voices must help shape the future of our country. While I'm here, I should pause and express my disappointment to the regional leadership, especially the regional councillors, who opted to go for the wellness program, to choose sports above this consultation. Our CRO is here. Please take note that I think if as regional leaders don't prioritize correctly, we are going to defeat these government good initiatives. And I hope this is properly recorded. And the message must be delivered as such, that we must prioritize. There is a political bureau meeting going on, which I'm supposed to attend. But because this is equally important, I chose to be here today. So this is the type of leaders or leadership we want to see in this region, if we are serious with what we are doing. Namibia has recently made significant offshore oil discoveries with the potential to transform our nation into an oil exporter and to accelerate our economic growth. Yet, we know that oil and gas alone will not guarantee inclusive development. This is why government has deliberately developed the National Upstream Petroleum Local Content Policy to ensure that opportunities arising from the sector meaningfully benefit Namibians along the entire oil and gas value chain. Her Excellency, the President, Dr. Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwah, always reminds us that Namibia's natural resources must benefit Namibians first, especially those whose livelihoods depend directly on the land and ecosystems they protect. Allow me to be very clear. For government, local content is not an afterthought. It is at the very heart of our oil and gas strategy. Our vision is that the wealth generated from petroleum resources must not flow outward, leaving only risks and memories behind. Instead, it must circulate within our economy, empowering our people, strengthening our businesses, and building our institutions. When we speak of local content, what do we really mean? When we talk of local content, we mean creating jobs for Namibians across the value chain, from exploration to production and beyond. We mean building technical and managerial capacity so that Namibians do not remain spectators, but become leaders in the industry. We mean supporting the growth of local enterprises that can compete, partner, and thrive alongside international oil companies, promoting equity, participation, financing opportunities, and ownership so that the benefits are widely shared across our society. We are finalizing a robust local content policy framework that will set clear targets for employment, training, procurement, and ownership. But we also recognize that government cannot achieve this vision alone. That is why your voices, as citizens, as residents of Kavango West region, and entrepreneurs of this region, are so vital. So when you see me expressing myself in that way, it's because I know why it is important for all our stakeholders to be here today to give their input. Gone are the days that we are nowhere when these type of meetings are called and then we come later to complain, to say, but it's not how it was supposed to be. This is the reason why these consultations are done, for us to give our inputs as a region. But getting people here as if you are begging for them to come. We need to own our own developments, my dear people. Nobody will take us serious if we don't take ourselves serious. Development is something that must come from us, not from any other person. We need your input because we value you. The government value you. That is why these consultations are done. So we need really to set our priorities correctly. I call upon business communities, entrepreneurs, and all residents of Kavango West to take full ownership of this policy. This is not a policy for just outsiders, but for you, the men and women who have built businesses here, who understands the need of our people, and who knows the strength of our communities. It is through your direct involvement that we can shape a framework that unlocks opportunities for local enterprises and enables you to deliver the goods and services demanded by the oil and gas sector. This engagement is not just another meeting. It is a bridge that connects the immense opportunities within the industry to the pathways that will ensure Namibians, especially those in Kavango West, benefits meaningfully. And I mean benefits meaningfully. Government remains unwavering in its commitment to developing a local content policy that serves all Namibians, pardon me. The oil and gas industry holds great promise, but it is our collective responsibility to ensure that this promise is harnessed for the benefit of our people and not squandered. By prioritizing local participation and strengthening capacity, we can transform the resource beneath our soil into a true blessing for present and future generations. I thank you for your attendance. Thank you for you who have come. I saw you Tateveyo, Pando, Emasigi Nkaeni Nainye, Mowize. Kwakumona, kwakuzuisa ngero hafo, ngowakorona kumona mudio simpe bokugawa magano geni. Thank you so much, Commissioner, and your delegation for having this consultative meeting here in Kavango West region. With these few words, I warmly welcome you all. And this is your meeting, like I said in the beginning. Feel free to share your inputs. Once again, you are all welcome, and I thank you.
So, can we give the Honorable Governor another round of applause? Thank you very much. As I have indicated that I am from the Kavango region, specifically Kavango East. So, in the earlier profession of the Honorable Governor, I also happen to be one of her former learners at Dr. Senior Romanes Kampungu. So, the delegation which is before you today is from Petroleum Upstream Unit, Office of the President, and also a senior petroleum geoscientist under that unit. And so next up on our program, we are going to call on the Petroleum Commissioner, who is also the head of our delegation, to come give the address for this morning. Ms. Sheila.
Thank you very much. Director of Proceedings. It's not a very usual time where you see a teacher and a learner leading both from different directions. Can we give them a round of applause? For me, this is a clear indication of what we do on the ground translates into bigger things. Simply because of Honorable Governor's teaching, We have a petroleum geoscientist in the country who is responsible for making the discoveries that are making us sit here today. So the contribution that comes from the ground, the work that is done on the ground, is what shapes our future. And this is evident today. Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable. Directors of proceeding, above all, the community of Nkurenkuru, allow me an opportunity to acknowledge the dignitaries before me. First and foremost, the Honorable Venus Nimbo, the Governor of the mighty Kavango West region, Your Worship, the Mayor, Mr. Japhet Muti, Mayor of the beautiful town of Nkurenkuru. Allow me also to honor the presence of the police commander for Kavango West, Meme Julia Sakwaneo, and your delegation. I would like to honor the presence of the chairpersons of the local authority councils and all local authority councils representatives who are here amongst us. Allow me to acknowledge the presence of the representative or themselves of the traditional leaders, whether from Ukwangali, from Bunza, or from the Sambu Traditional Authority, and any traditional authority councillors that are amidst us today. Let me also welcome the Chief Regional Officer present, Mr. Matthew Singambwe, who is amongst us, and all Chief Executive Officers of various offices and CEOs of our towns and villages, the heads or members of my mission, of our delegation, the institution of higher education present here, the youth of Nkurenkuru and of Kavango West community, community members at large, members of the diplomatic corps, representatives of the oil companies, and captains of the industries that are amongst us, ladies and gentlemen, Morokeni, thank you very much. I'm truly honored to stand here before you today, not only to speak, but also to listen and to learn and to work with you this important journey that we have embarked on together as a nation. Namibia has entered a new chapter in its history. After many years of exploration, significant oil discoveries have been made off our shores, and a lot of work is also yielding promising results on our shore. And these discoveries are discoveries that carry the potential to transform our economy and open new opportunities for our people. But let us be clear. Oil itself and the production of oil can bring jobs, can reduce poverty, can deliver prosperity, but it's not done automatically. It does not happen on its own. It is only through careful planning, fair policies, and putting Namibians first that these discoveries can become a blessing to our nation. The agenda for today is for us to ensure, therefore, that these discoveries are indeed a blessing for our nation. That is why we are here today, to engage with you on the local content policy. This policy, approved by Cabinet and now placed before you for your input, is our national framework that will ensure that our people, our businesses, and our communities benefit directly from Namibia's petroleum resources. The question that usually arises, and I've seen even when we're coming into this room, people are asking, what is local content policy? What is local content? In simple terms, allow me to explain that a local content policy is a policy that ensures that no Namibian is left behind. Further than just making sure that all Namibians are pulling together within the development of the oil and gas industry, the local content policy is a tool for government to make its commitment to the people. Through the local content policy, the Namibian government is hereby making a commitment that the oil companies must and will employ Namibians. The Namibian government is making a commitment that the oil company and the license holders will train and develop our young people. It's a commitment that for all work that is being done, the license holders and the operators will source goods and services from Namibian businesses. Furthermore, it's a commitment from our government that the license holders and the operators and the project managers, they will transfer knowledge and technology to our people. But finally, last but not least, it's a commitment from the Namibian government that Namibians must have an equitable participation in all phases of the industry. It is about ensuring that the wealth from the oil flows not only to the subsurface, from the subsurface, but it flows into our homes. It must flow into our school. It must flow into our clinics. It must flow into our communities. And that is where it matters most. How do we do this? And why is this important? Allow me to give you a practical example of why is this important. If a company needs 100 workers, as many of those jobs as possible should go to Namibians, especially the young people, the women, and those that are coming from previously and current disadvantaged backgrounds. If a company is requiring catering services, transport, accommodation services, all these services must be sourced locally, creating business opportunities in our towns and in our regions. If a specialized training is needed, it is our children who should receive the bursaries and the scholarships to prepare them for the future careers in these industries. This is not just about jobs. It's about building a future where Namibians own, where Namibians manage, and where Namibians are prospering from the oil and gas industry as we have it today. How are we going to achieve this? The policy has set clear rules and targets. The oil companies will be monitored, they will be required to report on progress, and they will be held accountable for where they have failed to deliver. The government will ensure that there is strict enforcement so that the promises that are being made and the commitment that are within that policy are translating into real benefits that the people are going to feel and touch. We know too well from other countries that oil, if it's not managed well, it can become a missed opportunity where benefits are only captured by a few, where corruption thrives, and where communities are left behind. Namibia is determined to follow a different path, to learn from the mistakes of others. And this is a promise, and this is what the policy has anchored to ensure that Namibia follows a different path. The local content policy is our safeguard. It is our tool to fight poverty. It is our tool to build the skills. And it is our tool to build the businesses and also to ensure that Namibians have a fair chance to benefit. Let us all reject the practices of fronting. If they cannot use our name in the boardrooms and as decision makers, our names should not appear on the papers of their company registrations. Let us stand up and know our rights, where locals should not be used as mere tokens without true empowerment. Instead, let us embrace a genuine participation, a participation that uplifts our people, a participation that develops our community, and a participation that strengthens and builds the Namibian economy. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the Kavango West region, together we will rise. Fellow Namibians, this is our moment. This is our opportunity to ensure that the black gold that is discovered within our waters transform into the real gold that every Namibian household will be able to see. Let us build strong partnership, not only with the investors, but also with each other. Let's make sure that the chain of cooperation that we are building should be strong enough to pull us through and stand against any forces that are going to come saying that the Namibian people do not have capacity, or those that will come and say the Namibian people do not have capability. Let us support our youth. Let us renew us. And let us hold ourselves accountable to the highest standard of transparency and fairness. But most importantly, let's seek the knowledge that the industry requires so that we can serve it to the best of the standards that are required and within our capability that we have built as a strong nation. This consultation is your platform. It's not for us as government officials to come and speak. Your voice, your idea, and your concerns will shape the final local content policy. Together, let us make it a tool to reflect the aspiration of the Namibian people. While I call upon collaborative engagement and a true vision of all of us seeing ourselves into this policy, let me also thank you just for your mere presence and being here. Your participation and your commitment is a clear indication that we are ready to build this future for ourselves, but not only for ourselves, for our children and the generations that are coming. I thank you very much for your attendance and your participation, and look forward to the valuable inputs that we will receive from you today throughout this engagement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Shino, the Petroleum Commissioner and Head of the Delegation, for that very enlightening remarks as what the local content policy is all about. So now we are going to call upon Mr. Mbundu Johannes to come give us a presentation on the overview of the Namibian petroleum industry. Since we are talking of the oil and gas industry or petroleum industry, he's going to take us on a journey as where we are coming from, where we are, and where we are headed. Mr. Mbundu Johannes, the floor is yours.
Morokeni, good morning, or good afternoon, still morning, good morning. Dear Asi Morokeni, so my name is Johannes Mbundu. Okay, thank you. Good morning once again. Dear Morokeni, my name is Johannes Mbundu. I'm a petroleum engineer working for NAMCOR. And I'll be talking about technical stuff. But I will make it simple and easier for us to understand. And I'll be switching between English and Rukwangali in order for us to capture at least the concept. And I know that my Rukwangali is not good, but I will try my level best. And again, I'm the former learner of our governor here. Okay, right. Today we'll be looking at two sections. The first one is the overview of petroleum industry. What is this petroleum industry all about, and how do we find oil, and how does it impact our lives? Nena sta tukatara maruhaga wali sokowa kwa karasi ikwa maholi na nini ngemsinke tani ngapi mwaga atugapapara tani ngapi mwaga chinji sirongo ndi maparugo wantu. The second section will be Namibian current status of the gas story, where we are, what it means for us as Namibians. Asi what is oil and gas industry? Simple explanation is very easy to understand. It's all about the industry which searches for oil. If they found it, extract it, process it, refine it, and give it to the nation to be used. So there are three stages. Oil, searching, which is drilling. The second stage is midstream, which means that now we found oil, we extracted the oil on the surface, now we need to move it to the refineries. And ships, which we call tankers or pipelines. And then the last one is downstream. In downstream is where we refine the hydrocarbon into useful products and also into the fuel which we see on our filling station. So to give you a practical example, so when we go to our filling station to fill our vehicles, and that is downstream. And when we go, let me say, valves, and we see those tankers or we see the pipelines which are transporting crude oil or oil, then that is midstream. And upstream is like the activity which Recon Africa is doing. That is upstream. Searching, drilling, and if they found it, and then they produce. So I see in Kenya the industry of tumbrasi asi ikwa maholi is industry of tumbrasi ikwa maholi ayiko kwa teremanya si kupapara maholi anosene guana tatu mborora tatu kapakesamo tani nokugachinjanye ipo gakariasi gatupe mulio oseko bantu asiko karanye nonkondo ntatu kondo zimwe kwa karasi ezitwa kutumbrasi upstream aza kwa karasi kupapara nokusima ndi kumborora makero tani nokupomba gena maholi gawize pontunda zevu mora ago maholi kwa kara kohi kwina zevu ozo ezitwa kutumbranya si upstream gwendi irugana wakurugana kwetu Recon Africa oyo kwa karanye gwenda si upstream ano midstream azo kwa karanya si twakagwana twamborora ikero yetu maholi gasi kipontunda wakona kugatwaranye okona fabrika okuna vura kugachi na maholi gena twagwana ipo gakatupe itundwa moyo wandi ipo gakatupe kango na paparashi vagaga wapaike ipo gaturetere maua ya maholi vagaga wapaike ipo vagaga retere maua ozinazo twakutumburanya midstream ano downstream okuinanyi avaga wapaike maholi iponye vaga chinje gatupenye ngwendi ninki etwakumona ngwendi plastica ndi wale no diesel twakumona pono na filling station ndino petrol ozo izo twakutumburanya si downstream ano ininke nayenye itatu kwalikwata kana nokuvura situ hangure posi ninge simwe ano sinent pasi ninge simwe twasi hangurapo kuvuranye iyi afekte ininke ivali sena stantanya si wale kwa karano udigu wa midstream upstream tani downstream kuvura tu imonyasi oyo ninke kapia wapereremo. So how oil and gas is formed? So oil and gas is formed from tiny plants or flowers which we call pollens, and sea lives which died a million years ago and buried underneath the ground. And because of this burial, so what happened is pressure and temperature start to increase, and these tiny animals or tiny plants will be changed into crude oil. So this crude oil is in the source rock. So, and the crude oil will start now to migrate into what we call reservoir. So you can see here, here's where we can find those tiny animals or plants which were buried and then converted into crude oil. This is what we call the source rock. And from there, if it's converted into crude oil, it will start to migrate into our reservoir. And this reservoir have some specific characteristics. So, which means that the reservoir must have some space in order for our crude oil to live there. The crude oil will not be able to be captured in the reservoir. And also, the reservoir must have it's almost like the ceiling, right? So, to prevent the crude oil coming out of this structure. And the whole structure, the reservoir seal, we call it the trap. If we drill and we found hydrocarbon, That's what we call hydrocarbon accumulation, right? The source rock is our kitchen. So, why do we call it our kitchen? Because there's pressure and temperature happening there. Pressure and temperature, this is the one which help the tiny animals and plants to be cooked and turned into hydrocarbon, right? And the reservoir is, we can compare it to as a sponge or a normal mattress from the normal shops, a normal mattress, right? If you pour water on the normal mattress, you realize that the water will not come out until when you pour enough water on the mattress. Why? Because the mattress has the capability of holding water, and those are the pore space. So without those pore space, the mattress will not hold the water. So in that vein, think of the mattress as the hard rock. So this hard rock contains also the pore space, and this pore space is the one which allows the hydrocarbon to be captured and then the other one is the seal. The seal is almost like this sealing here, which we see here, or the lid when we are cooking. Cover the pot with that's the seal. The purpose of the lid is to increase the pressure inside the pot so that the food which is in the pot to be cooked faster. So this is the seal. And the container itself, or the pot, this is what we call the trap. So, morukwangali, asi ngapi chomwatu kagwananya maholi. Nare mamiliona ganare kagapita. Asi pakere nye imbumburugona, tanino imeno, ndino mbia. Makuro dunombia, kura kwa divumbikire. Makura mwina makudivumbika dina nombia. Gupiu, tani ano kudideka. Mora kwa kudivumbika, ano evu kwa kudigwedera. Ngwendi kwa kudideka nyendina nombia. Makura panadideka dina nombia, no upiu. Makura tadipi, ano apanadipia tadidupenye. Ginatoa kutumburasi ikuwa maholi. Ikuwa maholi kuvurazi kare hasi, ndiyo wale kuvuraga kare maholi. So, makura nasinetupu ya pi, makura nukuvurasi kare nye omtua kutumburasi mosi kombisa. Yeah, kombisa. Sauce rock, mo kombisa, ndi asi mo kitchen. Nukuvurasi kare mo nyasi mo kombisa. Hayota izenye omtua kutumburasi mo reservoir. Imonye mo mwana ikakaranye. Tumpe ngwendi example ukakarasi tante nyasi ove wale no nzugo zoge kwa kara no maruha. Ruharu me kutumbrasi kombisa, ruharu kutumbrasi ngano imo dining room ndi imwatulire. Ano mo kombisa, mara singa tumbire mas kombisa, mara imo makara esuga hipat tereke. Ano mo kuninga tutereke twakona kuhepa mdiro ndi upio. So tatu tura nyama zetu mokaiga, tatu tenteke pesuga, tatu tuedarine suga, makora tatu busaru swiko, tatu kudumi kekena kaiga ketu. Makura wina upiu, tani neitwa kudumi kamora, wendi asi wina upiu wina wakara mokaiga, ipo wakwaga. Kuvara tutereke nyama zetu, nokaiga kwa kakudumuka. Nye nyama zetu nazitugusa suruo ipo zipie. Anose na tukudumika kena kaika ketu awe nyama zetu kuvrazi pie usimbu. Ngwendi moskwao. Can you go back? Go back. Ngwendi moskwao, go back. Ngwendi moskwao akaiko ninke kombisa zetu ano omu imonya atulire. Makura omu kutereka nondia zetu tatudire tanye mwina tumurasi mo dining hall. Maramu ina imu makara nye ipundi no itafurahi monatu vura kuhingira makura tu jobane nondia detu. Anu mkani kolzetu. Yazi kara momtini. Kare da. Ndi mondunda. Ndi kwa kudumika. Azo kwa kara no ipeki. Aniseta. Ndi walingwendi kaiganye. Tumprenye. Makura oto. Sena taranya si pereki. Oyo tuwa kutumbura sisil. Ano. Zina dining hall zetu na inye makuma komaruhan tani ipereki ozoezo twa kutumboranya strap. Anosne puno ndiada wizanye ninke mo dining hall ozongwe ndizo twa kutumboranya si hydrocarbon accumulation di ikwama holi ya yasi kinye moninke mo dining halls zetu. So ngapi nyo mwatu irugana? So ngapi nyo mwatu irugana? So we use a machine during the exploration. The machine is very simple to understand. We use sound wave. So we send sound wave in the ground, and the sound wave is reflected back to the surface. So which means that we have the source and also the receiver, right? The receiver, this is what we call either, the receiver is what we call, we cannot see it here, but it's behind this ship. It's what we call, if it's in the sea, we call it hydrophone, or if it's on land, we call it geophone. Reflected back and to the receiver, and then we capture. It's like the underground photo, right? So these are the vehicles. I think most of us in Kavango, we have seen these vehicles. The Recon Africa, they've been using this type of vehicles. Their job is very simple. It's just vibrate, send the sound wave in the ground, and then behind these vehicles, those are what we call geophones, which the sound wave will be reflected back and capture. So to give you a practical example, it's almost like, let's say that a pregnant lady go to the hospital, want to see how the baby is doing inside the tummy, right? So the baby, the doctor will not open the lady. The doctor will use what we call ultrasound to scan the stomach to see whether the baby is healthy or not. Based on the picture, the doctor will tell you whether to take some medication or to take some vitamin because the baby is not healthy or the baby is healthy. Exactly the same like what this vehicle is doing, right? So, asi morukwangari, asi uku inapokupapara mahori, wase kuruga nesanya agamatua, ago iruga na yago, wa kutuma sindundumo sezui. Tumo sindundumo sezui size maninke mevu, ano sindundumo sezui, apanaska tengura, makura konyima, yogaga mamtua gatua kutumbura. Kwa karako, wendasi mambako gena gaku guana gena yakutunda kohi zev. So which we receive from those vehicles which I just show you from the previous slide. So based on this picture, the underground picture, a qualified geologist or geophysicist will tell you where's the source rock, where's the reservoir, where's the migration path, where's the seal, and if that reservoir is fully trapped, based on this picture here. But there's one thing. On this picture, we cannot see any hydrocarbon. There's no hydrocarbon liquid visible on this picture. So asi ilienyo efano watu guananya kogoge na mamhina gena twatumbagura si pefanueli ogunatwa kutumbra sigari rongeranye geologist ndi petrophysics akakuranya tantere nyasi okusakara kombisa zetu kupiko okuzakara DHD dining hall zetu kupiko okuyaka seniors of dining hall vazikudumikandi ndingapi ndi seniors hall kuvora si monompachi namunye kwazikudumika kuvora zikarenye ikwa maholi nye pefanweli kuvora situmone po maholi. Okay. So then we find the picture from the geologist or geophysicist. In order for us to confirm, we need to drill. That is the only way to see whether the structure contains hydrocarbon or not, right? So, mokuninka nyasi gano tumone nyasi okay, oyo twamono pefanonye sena sikwa maholi poili ndingapi twakona kumborora iyonye bakurugana bare kon Africa marape na pefanoli na namtandere nukuvora tumone asi maholi pogeli ndingapi. So drilling in sea, in water, we use these ships, drill ship or semi-sub. On land, we use the land rig. This land rig is from Recon Africa. This from Shell or Total. I've been on all these structures, either on land or in sea. Asema kuninga singanwa si tumborore. Aga yegohena ngwende asi tatuka tumbora si wale mahina aturuganesa ipo tumborore. Tutarenya si maholi mongeli ndingapi. Na sihugu warame mahina go kufana ngeshi twakamona mokavango yego bakuruganesa Recon Africa. Anomo mema taturuganesa nye ikepa. Kwa manyasi etondolo mema papa pariahura. Sena se tondo unene kura turuganesa skepe stwak tumbrasi drill ship. Anosne tupu sena si kapise tondo unene kura turuganesa na ikepa imwe. Okay, twagwana maholi, twamborora, twagagwana, and twagamono, gawizapo ntunda, natu vinya twagakonfirmasi yawe sili, agaigo maholi. Makura, ngapi mnaturugana? Twakona ugapo agesamo. Twakona ugapo agesamo, ibotuga tuarenye, okuinanyi awagawa paikire dogoroga tupe mliogwa. Mara maholi gene, sinetupasi agome vuga kara. Ago kapisi mulio unene nyetu akona gatu arahena kon fabrika ipo wagaga process gakatupe maua. So we found the oil and we quantified that is in a larger volumes, and also the investment can justify that. So the next thing we have to do is we have to produce. So these are the installations which we use to produce the hydrocarbon. On land, we use the pumps. There are various types of pumps, but this is one of its kind. And in sea or in water, we use either a ship or a fixed installation. And again, it depends on the water depth. If the water depth, for example, like where Total Energy and Shell found hydrocarbon, is 3,000 meters, equivalent to 3 kilometers. It's very deep. We cannot build the installation. This installation. We have to go on with the floating installation. But if the water depth is just maybe let's say that 200 meters, we can build a fixed installation in water. So I see aga poganinga singano si maholi tukapagese mwina mevu mara twakagwana twakamona si sili maholi twakakonfirma si pourundu kuvura turuganisenye no pomba dalisiga ano ezi pomba zimwe twakulikidapa nya kuvura dikare no pomba dononzi edwa turuganesa ano sinendu pasi momema ndi mefuta kuvura turuganese skepa ndi wale kuvura turuganesa nyengwe ndi tunzugo tumwe tunatuvura kudika dogoro tukasike kuna kohi ilio mema nye kapisi kohi kuna kwa karamaholi nye kohi ilio mema. So kwa manyasi ngapi mля kare tondo letu lio mema ngwendu mwagwa na maholi o Shell ndi Total Energy apo itondo sili unene wenda se 3,000 meters opono kuvura sinye tudikirepo ezi tunzugo gono tu ningazi ngando tudikena zine 3,000 meters dogoro kasike kuna kohilo mema usekuvura tuze ponye no skepa oso skepa makora isonye nazi tuvatera tupombegena maholi tugatwarenye kwina abagawa paikire. So this is just the repetition, the three sectors of our oil and gas industry. Upstream include exploration, drilling and extraction, midstream, processing, storage, transportation, and downstream refinery and distribution. Edi kwa karatuno kondadina ntatu dina tuatumbagoranye tuatumbrase upstream, midstream, and tani downstream. This is the hydrocarbon industry life cycle. So when the company wants to drill, they must have permission. They have to get permission from our government. So either from the Ministry of Mines and Energy, that is, the only ministry which gives the license. And if the ministry authorizes a company to drill, then the company will start exploring, which means searching for those 5 petroleum elements which you have just discussed on the previous slide. If acquiring the pictures, if they see all those 5 petroleum elements, then the company will drill to confirm whether there's hydrocarbon or not. If they confirm and they found, so they will drill another well, which we call appraisal. Because the size of the well, I don't know whether you have seen Recon Africa drill well. It's very small, it's not big. 36 inch, plus minus 60-something centimeters, like this size. This is the biggest diameter which we use, and according to the geophysics or geologists, they can tell us whether the hydrocarbon is 10 kilometers, 15 kilometers, or 20 kilometers, but we have to use the standard size, 36 inch. So we have to use 36 inch whole section. We drill up to 10 kilometers where the geologists, the structure is. So when we found the oil in the first exploration well, because it's very small, the size of it, we start with a bigger size, 36 inch, and we end with 8.5, plus minus 21, 22 centimeters, very small. And based on that, you cannot conclude that I found oil here, then I have to produce. We have now to drill a lot of wells to confirm how big is your reservoir. That confirmation is what we call appraisal, right? And if you confirm, let's say that you drill 10, 15 wells and all are giving positive results, then you are sure that I can go for development. Now you can quantify your volume, and you're now thinking about producing, because you know that when you start producing, you can get profit. So this is a development. You drill a lot of wells for production wells, and after drilling production wells, then we go to production. We start producing, removing the oil from the underground. This process will take quite a long time, sometime 25, 30, 60 years, depending on how big your reservoir is. So at the end of that life cycle, then you have to abandon your well. You have to make sure that it's safe for the community, safe for the environment, and you continue again monitoring it, that nothing is coming out from the ground. What is in the ground, we have to keep it in the ground. This is what we call abandonment. So, Gwendi Pausupi, I see stage sokoa asokwa karanyasi kupapara maholi oso twa kutumbura nyasi exploration azokwa kara kwa kwatere mwasi kupapara maholi senator wakagwana tatumborora ano senator wakagwana hena makura tatumborora ko ikero lya peke tutare nyasi aga maholi to agwana pa sene nanza 10 kilometers ndiwaje 20 kilometers tunda panas kama kuvura hena ni monde po maholi ndingapi ole kero kumborora jowali ole jo kutumbura si appraisal well mora yo kurugana o hara kudiva saga maholi na agwana kuvura hena niga monendi ozinanye kilometers zinanyo turaponye 20 30 ndiwaje 60 kilometers va geologists wonyo kutanterasi ngesi toka mborora wale 30 kilometers and 40 kilometers maratu alimonanye inatwa tumbura nye ina marohage tugena gatano gena twa tumbura ya gena atugwana kena kugogena ninke mamtua gena line fanolina atugwana kugogena mamtua gena twa tumbagera ilionye nali tuvateranye tutanderanya si awe ngesi kutunda pa mborore voroze 60 km toka mbora ikero ya peke mora structure kwa kusimonasi nasinye saligwane kero anosne natumbororanye makero gatano ndiwale mrongo ndiwale norongo mbali awe nagenye kwa kutulikidasi awe silima holi twakagwana makura tatu zinye stage twa kutumbrasi development mara odiva nawa na wasi tunda pa wala dogoroko rundu 130 kilometers maholi na kunyoku maholi twakagwana mora twakumborora makero gomanzi twambora makero gokusika wale ko 20 kuvura tuga pwagesemo hana kuvura tuga randese ano nsonso zago mliosi liunene so ozo twakutumburanya development tatu varekenye kumbora makero agatwa kutumbrasi production wala agatwa nagavuranye kusika maskando so sire mara kuvuranye tu ganane mogena maholi mevu skando zokuhora pamwe wale nomvo 30 ndi wale nomvo 60 so aga makeronye twa kumborora pa po development well kapiga kara makero ngwendi gagatwa kumborora ninka pa pressure ne ntani vera hena twa kurugana se vara ya peke mora twa idivasi ele kero tali pe maholi ano ele kero la kona pamanye dogoro kuna ko 60 years ndi wale 30 years ili tupe maholi anopo kumana snetpu twa mbororo goma ninka goma kero twa mana kumborora makora tatu varekenye kugana na mumevu na maholi twa gona gana na mumevu varenye kwina abagawa pakere ipogatu penye mliogo gogwina maholi so ogoga twa kutumburanya si production anosne tupasi twamono asi ngeso apatwa mana kuna na maholi twakara posuru so sire wale 60 years so pato maholi makora ikero letu jina twana na maholi tatuli wapai kenye mwina yao waperasi nokuvara silizo na gure mkunda gwetu ndi ininke nanyi yakara kohe nokuvara sipwage pontunda marasne tuna ipwaga pontunda ose pato kuvura hizo na gure mkunda gwetu ndi wale kuvura hizo na gure wale imuna yetu yakara popepi ozo hizo twa kutumbura nyasi abandonment. So some impact, hydrocarbon impact. There's some impact which we have to be aware of. There are a lot of impacts, but these are the main impacts. Political impact, conflict can happen. Environmental impact, as I've said, can damage our environment. Technological impact, which means that each and every time we must have at least some technology to keep what is underground there. It must not come up. Each and every time we have innovation, people who are innovating with good technology in order for us to produce hydrocarbon. Or economic impact. Snarsi, if let's say that we are not producing enough hydrocarbon, can also affect the economy of the country. These are some of the impact which we have to be aware. Asi agai gonye madigugamwe natuvura kuligwanekera mukningasi twagwanage na maholi kora ikarenyasi wale una politika na matatano wakati wale ko irongo ndio wale wakati kwa mapangero tani kuvura hena wale no mkunda detu kuvura ganya teke no mkunda detu ndi wale twakonanya paparanye wina udiwi okuningasi wasetu wakona gusa moge na maholi getu no mahina gagawa pere kapisi mahina gena gakuningasi kuvura ganya teke na mkunda gwetu tanina kuvura ga ndi wale ga gai pikenye ndi ngapima tuitanta economy letunye kuvisnet pu gena maholi gena twakuna na mevu kapisi manzi unene kuvura tumoni asi mwina mliogu ina goma holi kuvura nye guzo na gure economy letu. Safety. This is the most important thing. So we have covered the impact. Everything we discussed about the impact also apply to safety. So we have to be safe on the politics, which means people who knows about the oil and gas industry conflict have to be there. They have to understand that this thing brings conflict. And there are those people who understand this, or the people, the environmentalists, the people who understand about the environment, the plants, the animals, the living organism have to be there, or the technology, the innovators, young ones have to be very innovative in order for us to produce hydrocarbon safely, or the economists, the people who understand the value of it. Because sometimes, we know that it's hydrocarbon, but do we understand the value of it? So people who understand the value of it, the economists, must also be there. So all these people have to be local people. Local people have to understand those things in order to avoid the impact which were discussed. So I see nainyenye twazogere yokuhamenasi maudigu agareta ninke maholi. So owoyo hena bantu hena twakupaparasi nganawe wokuvura ruga nanye moye yokupapara ikwa maholi. Bantu abadiwa una politika abadiwa si ikwa maholi sili kureta ninke maritatano pokachiko irongo bantu balirongera kobeli bakona kuiza na bayatu batere tani bantu ababadibanye asi ndando zogogwe na maholi ndi asevan economist ndando zogogwe na maholi nani ndando zazo nani msinke kobeli bantu wena balirongeroyo nao bakona kuiza bayatu batere batarasi aga maholi magwana ya ndando zazo za horapa ndi wale gwendi kwa badinga ntunye aomora ndisao ninke bahara technology si bantu wena bakuzubanye nainye yokuhamena mahina aganaturuganesa ipo tugusegena maholi mevu ndi mahina aganaturuganesa ipo tuwapakegena maholi gatupe gwina mliogwao nao bakona kuiza hena tani ninke woune kwa karanyasi venanye bantu wena abazuwasi nanino mkundana ningape makara ichina ningape maita peke yananya environmentalist azuwasi okay ikora mana ningape maiparuke na venyo bantu otwa tumbagera na venye bakaranya bakona karanyasi bantu womomo mosorongo ndi womomo mkunda iponyasi mliogogogo maholi agotwa kutundisa mevu gutompoke na venye bakona kara opopo mkunda asimuliogo maholi msinke. So there are a lot of benefits from oil. Of course, we get crude oil. We get energy, diesel or petrol from crude oil, but all the byproducts, here we are talking about petrochemical. All these are coming from crude oil. Either we're talking about plastics, our water bottles here, our chair, our computers, our mics, our phones, toothbrush, some important vitamins, fertilizers, all those things are very important in our lives, and those things come from crude oil. Asi mliogo maholi kuitumbagura inzi, asi naenye tuwa kumona pa. Naenye tuwa kumona pa kutundiranya kwa maholi. Okay, imo kuvura gatu piasi kuvura tugwaneko diesel ndi wale kuvura tugwaneko petrol. Nye kuvura tugwanenye naenye etwa kumona pa. No cell phone detu, no computer detu, makende getu gomema naenyoyo tundira kwa maholi. Se na tarasi se na tuzamono nzugo detu. Tuka varuri asi ninke msinge nani aitundira kwa maholi. Kuvura tukare ninke surprise. Kuvura tumoni asi wale kora tikare nampira 80% ninke naenye kwa kutundira kwa maholi ogoigonye muliogo maholi. Yeah, here we are just repeating, the slides which you have already previously, but I will be focusing on the job, the workers. the jobs in the oil and gas industry is across value chain. It can be officers, it can be security, soldiers, people who are working in the agriculture, nurses, people who understand about, tourists or tourism, hospitality, recreations, real estate, teachers who understand, can teach the oil and gas industry, plumbers. There are a lot of jobs, and we cannot mention them all because everything's related. Asi rugana inatvuranya si guananya sine pastor kara no maholi. Rugana inzi kora ikarasi ngwende wa kwetu ninke vanersa morana vena vantu wa kurugana pogoge na mahina gena to amtantere pena na wadana slide dina to amtantere marawe na vantu kurugana plus minus 12 hours. Wakona nerisa ogoga batanzirasi owengesi ukanko kogeka pwa wapangesi tozi kemba ukapuzumuke. Vanerisa twa hepa tani hina vamitile na kuningasi aonao vazuva ndi vakara ni dio lokuhamena ininke yomaholi. Ipo varongese hena ninke vadinkantu vakara popo mkunda. Vamitile na twa hara tani vena vantu asi vadiva nyi ngwenda twa kutumrasa wa plumbers vadiva na nyi yokuhamena kono pomba no iko kwao ngwenda mwena twa mtandero sukuruga nesano pomba na watu wa hara tani va engineer va geologist oona watu wa hara irugana yaireta maholi inzi kuitumbagura. Okay, economy, again, we are just repeating. GDP of the country will go high, create 1,000 jobs across multiple industry, attract foreign investors, stimulate local businesses, strengthen public infrastructure. Asioyo na inyetwa itumbagoranya. Next slide. So on the community, Mumkunda, inke natvura kwa mawam sinke natvura gwana bosne pastor gwana maholi. Asi Mumkunda kuvura nye tudike itapra yetu, kuvura tudike ipangero yetu, nosure yetu, kuvura tudike marata gwana maholi. Ininke inzi nokuvura si kuitumbagura mora nagenyogo mawa ogagareta maholi. So these are also some benefits which we get from the oil and gas industry on the community level. So it can contribute to the local development through corporate social responsibility, funding schools, hospitals, infrastructures, and support health, education, social welfare, foster long-term positive relations, and encourage community participation. Asiogo, nagenyogo, mawa, all those are benefits. So, twazunya si maholi ngape mwatoka gwana, ngape mwatoka tundisa mevu, tani mliogwa msinke. Ngezi tuzeninye tukatare ni history za Namibia. Na nakutua tundira kupiko, iponye tu ikwata kanise na inye. So, we understand the history, we understand like the story, how we explore, how we allocate the hydrocarbon, how we produce, how we refine it, and the benefit which brings to the country or to the local communities. So let's go and see where we came from, Namibia as a country. So in Namibia, according to the geologists, the experts, they've identified 4 recognized basins, those are sediments, and offshore means in water, and 2 onshore. So those basins, those are at least the one which we might find hydrocarbons. So let's go. So Namibia, so asi kwa manye medio lowe na watu wa kutumbrasi wa geologisti, hao watanterasi momemagetu. Watu wa kutumbrasi basin ndi mambaye samwina kuvura tugwane moi kwa maholi. Karamonya si ne ano pourundu kwa karamo kwa karapogawali kwa karasi nama tani ovambo hizo nyoza twikiranye dogorozi uize kwa kawango kara kwetu varekoni Africa omoi monyo vatanteranya se geologist imo kuvura tugwane maholi. This is the blocks, as I've already said, that when the foreign country comes here, want to do all these drillings and exploration, they must have a license. So our government, the Ministry of Mines and Energy, they've demarcated this block, things 100 by 100, and these blocks are the one which the IOCs or international companies can apply and get the license, and they got now the right to drill in that block according to their licenses. So 1994, you can see there were few blocks which were occupied by operators. 2007, you can see some very beautiful, colorful map there. And 2011, 2023, 2024, you can see almost the whole offshore, and you can say that maybe 50% or 40% inland, all those are occupied by operators who are looking for hydrocarbon. Asi okuiko twatundiliranye na wenyewe na bakupapara maholi ase nataranye se mo 1994 wadiwanye ndio ngena company ndo nyes natara mo 2024 no company daligwederere mora iruga na kwa kuvuka yokupapara maholi. Apa kwa kulikida tupu partner wetu awakaranya Mosorongo makara Chevron, BW Kudu, Pan Continental, Shell, Total Energy, Recon Africa, Gulf na wenyawa akwakaranya si odoido na company Dakar Namibia dakupapara kwa maholi. All these companies here in Namibia, they are busy exploring hydrocarbon. So the story for Ovambo Basin, as I've already said, Ovambo Basin is the one which extended up to Kavango region. So we started long time in the 60s. The 60s where we acquired the sound waves to see those 5 parameters for hydrocarbon, and also we drilled some wells there, Etosha T1 and Etosha 1A. And, but fast forward, you can see that in the same basin, we got Naingopo 2024, and now we are busy with the Kavango West 1X, busy searching for carbon. Asezi hizo mbudi zetunye twakara nazo mtu akutumbura mwina mo basin twakutumbrasi Ovambo Basin izonye za wiza dogoroku kumkunda kwetu twakutumbrasi kwa Kavango osakwa varekerenye kono 60 ano imohena vakara kwetu ninke vareko na Africa tataranya si imohena vakumborora ngwendi mo 2024 imwambore kero lyao na Ingopo tani ngesi mo vakare na mambore kero lyao Kavango West 1X. No, story setu somonama basin na mohena moskwao so irugana na kwa kuvuka asi yokupapara ikwa maholi offshore ndias momema. So this is our story for offshore. So we started cannot even see here. So also in the 60s, and then in 1974 we discover Kudu gas. Fast forward 2021, Shell discovery of Graph 1X. I was there on the platform when they discovered this. And then 2022 we got Venus for Total Energy, and then the discovery continues on. Now I think busy drilling volans with Rhino Energy. Asi okuikonye twatundiranye mifuta yetu sekwa varekeranye nare nyuma 1974 imonye twagwenyasi nani mumimagetu kwa karamo hasi twakubrasi Kudu gas field announcement pasi natu tatu ti aserera tuwize komeho imohena twagwana hena maholi getu mografu va Shell vagwana maholi mo 2021 mo 2022 imavagwana maholi va Total Energy anonge sisi mpe iruga na simpe kwa kuligwedera yokupapara na kumbora maholi wenda sivaraino tani na wagalp. Story setu somo Nami Basin. So you can see that there's only one problem here, the reservoir quality. Just see our DH, the dining halls. We need further analysis in order to see the quality of our reservoir, whether it can hold hydrocarbon or not. So, esiso nyosakaranya stories etu mara nare tu atandasi mefuta letu kwa karamu mambalisa gani eje mbalisa limo yetu akutumbrasi Nami Basin si digu kwa karapo ka digu gona ka karapo nyasi ngwendi moreze wazetu ndi minatwa tumbrasi mo DH zetu yemonye tu akutaranya si nonkondwa modili ndi omnadvura obnavura si maholi apanaka tunda kwina nika kokombisa bitu vaya gakwate mwina modi ngapi omu mbalisa zimwe hena. This is the second basin which we call valves. There's only one risk. So there's only one here, the migration path, which we are still doing some analysis with the migration path, which connect the rock with the reservoir. Low-dress basin. So all the 5 petroleum elements, we found them, but it requires again a further analysis in order to understand and to locate where the hydrocarbon is. And this is the main one, the orange basin. So we can see it's a very nice and beautiful slide there. You can see Shell with NAMCOR, Qatar Energy, PEL 36, somewhere here where we get the discoveries, and we got the discovery with Total Energy, again with NAMCOR, and we got the discovery with Gulp on Mopane, we got discovery with Rhino, and also the gas field, the Kudu gas field. And just to give you a perspective, the water depth is plus minus around 3 kilometers, 3,000 meters. So with that type of water depth, it comes with its own challenges because of the depth. So these are the seismics or the sound waves which have acquired so far, and these are the type of the number of wells which we have drilled so far. Plus minus the whole Namibia, we have drilled around 60, in the range of 60 to 70 wells. The most important thing on this slide is the education part. Education part is very, very important, therefore, as I've already said, because some of us, we think that oil and gas industry is only for engineers, geologists, petrophysics, geophysics, but I already mentioned that nurses, teachers, and everybody, we need security who can safeguard our oil field, soldiers who can safeguard the countries, police officers, economists. So it's very, very important in order for us to educate about oil and gas industry and to see where we fit, especially us, the young ones. And also, very important to participate in the community decision engagement, like the one which we are doing now. It's very important to listen, and if something is not clear, raise up your hands and then you ask questions just for clarity. My last slide. So just to conclude everything, so the upstream industry, we need large investment. To drill one well, to give a perspective, to drill one well on land, we are looking at the range 15 to 20 million US dollars. But in water, one well, it can cost us around 100. It comes with own risk, but if it's proven, start producing long-term business. We'll be producing the hydrocarbon for 30, 60, 100 years, depend on how big the reservoir. Complexity, something which is underground. We don't know what is there. Very complex. High reward. This now where we were talking about jobs, we're talking about businesses, now where the local content policy, which my friend will be discussing, comes in on this high reward. Asiagam gai gonye karanye ngwenda si kamo letu na yenye inike twazogere karansi udigusili papara ikwa maholi oyo twaizo marasine tunatukagwana mawa agagareta mawa manzisi lunene ngwende mwana twagatumba so iponye natukaranya ngwenda so savadinkantu twakonanye kudiwa nyasi nani ngape mnani natulihame kamo moyei kwa maholi asina mimbia zetu wose simbe kwa kuvarika simbe kapitwa kuproducer wose simbe kwa kupapara kwa maholi twakagwana maholi nye simbe wakona mona nyasi nanaga maholi apagahura pa ko iponye tuzenye ko production pando silunene. Thank you very much.
Let's give a round of applause again to our first speaker. I can see that maybe some of you have got the program, but in the interest of time, since we started a little bit behind time, we are just going to press forward and proceed. Just to inform maybe those who are not very familiar with the setting of this building, that should there be a need of restrooms, we have restrooms at the back, so which can be used. And I would like to request the public to also have your mobile phones on silent, just in order not to distract your neighbors who's next to you and so forth. So we are going to continue. Our next speaker is going to give us now more on the draft local content policy. Our next speaker is Mr. Charles Mbeha from the Upstream Petroleum Unit.
Thank you. Afternoon. Can you all hear me from the back? Okay. Okay. Before starting, I would like to say thank you to the Honorable Governor and the entire leadership of the region for welcoming us. And also thank you for everyone for coming to participate to this important engagement. Before we start, I would like to just touch on a few things to help us understand better what we are doing here. The first issue that I would like to talk about is Article 100 of the Namibian Constitution. Article 100 of the Namibian Constitution stipulates that all resources which do not belong to anyone, they all belong to government. So what does that mean? Oil is not owned legally by anyone. So what it means is that the state is the one who owns the oil. Who is the state? The state is all of us. And government administer that oil on behalf of the state. So oil companies don't own the oil. What they have is a license to allow them to extract and sell that oil. That's the right they have. So it does not belong to them. It's the same thing to say fishing companies. They don't own the fish in the sea. What they have are rights to fish. What they own is what they catch in their boats. Same with oil companies. Only the oil that they've extracted belongs to them. Just wanted to clarify that. Another aspect I would like to clarify, I saw in one of the newspapers where they say that the local content policy does not have penalties. Now, it's important to understand that a policy does not have penalties by its very nature. A policy is a document which indicates the intent of government, what government wants to do and how government wants to do it. But after a policy, a government has a discretion to come up with a law. Should the government come up with a law, in a law, that's where they will put penalties. But however, we do have measures in the policy to make sure that oil companies do adhere to the policy. One of those measures is they are required annually to produce reports, annual plans, and so forth, what they are going to do and what they've done. So what we do as a regulator, if they do not comply with what is in the local content policy, we will not approve their plans. If we don't approve their plans, it means they are stuck. They cannot move forward with their work. And that will cost them a lot of money. So no oil company would disregard the policy, and then they will be put in a situation where by now they can't do work because we will not approve their work until they prove to us that they are in line with the policy. So I just wanted to mention that. Now, policy is not legally binding, but a law is. But again, there are measures to make sure that we enforce it through some other ways. Now, to start, what is local content? There's a definition there, but to break it down, local content is basically measures that are put in place to make sure that within the oil and gas sector, jobs, Namibians are prioritized in terms of jobs, in terms of providing goods to the companies in the oil sector, Namibian companies are prioritized. Same with services. Why do we use the word prioritize? We say prioritize because we acknowledge that certain skills Namibians might not have them. So where Namibians don't have, oil companies are allowed to outsource. But where there are Namibian people who are qualified and there are companies who can do that particular job or supply a good, oil companies are not allowed to outsource. They have to use the Namibian companies. Now, in terms of our laws, someone can come outside the country and register a company in Namibia, but the people who own that company are not Namibians. So that, of course, is a Namibian company. That in order to be considered a local company, to be registered in Namibia alone is not enough. 51+% must be Namibians, part of that company. And 30%, they have to be previously disadvantaged persons. Who are previously disadvantaged persons? Disabled persons in Namibia, women of all races, and black men. They have to account. So if a company cannot account for that, it will not qualify to be considered a local company. So it cannot also expect to benefit from what the local content policy is trying to do. It goes further, the local content, to say, we acknowledge that certain skills and services do not exist in Namibia. So what are we going to do about it? So local content also ensures that there are mechanisms to train, upskill, so that where there are gaps, we are able to fill those gaps. So that is basically what is local content. Next one. Why does it matter? Oil and gas is a very lucrative sector. A lot of money comes when you sell oil. So the moment now you receive so much money, you need to plan how to use that money. If you don't plan accordingly, you will not see the results of it. So we do acknowledge that a lot of money comes in the, will come from the oil and gas sector. So government has decided that we need to come up with a local content policy so that ordinary Namibians can also benefit. We just don't want to be benefiting from tax alone, but Namibians also must also benefit. As I indicated earlier, that the resource is for all of us, the Namibians. So we need to benefit from that, provided, of course, we can also do the job and so forth. So we have an obligation to also ensure on our part that we'll be able to do the job. Where clarity is needed, the regulators here, questions can be asked to see how one can upskill themselves, they can get training, and so forth. Next one, please. This slide basically shows different companies all over the world. Some of them, they are in Namibia. It's just to show how much they are worth, to indicate how big this sector is. The first one, it's worth 1.5 trillion. And then the second one, 400 billion, 300, 200. And these ones here, they are doing exploration in Namibia. So it's basically to indicate that how much money comes from this sector. So with so much money, you need to have mechanisms to make sure that you benefit from that. Next. Background, my previous colleague touched on this. I'll just speak on it briefly. That is to say, exploration of oil and gas started long time ago, as early as 1974-75, when Kudu gas was discovered. From there were no discoveries, only around 2022, where we now discovered oil. So it's an expensive exercise. And I want to emphasize a point here, to say we are having companies which have been searching for oil since independence. And there are only, some of them only finding oil now. So these companies are not making profit. During that time, they were just spending. So only when they'll start sell the oil, that's when they will start to make a profit. The reason I'm emphasizing on this point is that I've had discussion with some people where they feel that 10% is not enough through NAMCOR, the stake of 10%. And then I informed the person that we need to look at it broadly. Government does not only receive 10% through NAMCOR. Besides the 10% of NAMCOR, there's also tax, which is payable, which is about 31% tax. And on top of that, you have royalty, 5%. So already when you add all this, you are already close to 50%, how much will go to government. And that's not all. These companies are still going to employ Namibians, and they are going to employ Namibian companies to provide goods and services. Tax is still payable on those, and that tax will also add up. So when you add all that, you are easily close to, you are above 50%. So that is to say, for every $100, government can easily walk away with more than $50, not necessarily 10% as we look at it. So that is just one segment. We have to look at it holistically. Next. The aspect of the Constitution, I have already touched on it to indicate that Article 100, what it indicates. But besides that, we have the Petroleum Exploration and Production Act of 1991. This is the major law which governs the upstream sector. And beside that law, there's also the Petroleum Agreement, whereby government and the companies will enter into this agreement to agree on certain things, basically to amplify on some of the provisions which are in that law. So, in this law, Section 14 talks about local content. So we actually have a provision already in the law which talks about local content. Now one may ask a question then, why are we coming up with this policy? if we already have a provision in the law which talks about local content? The reason we are coming up with this local content policy is because the provision is not substantive enough. It indicates that companies should hire Namibian companies, Namibian people, and so forth. And it does not go on to say how do they do it, in what manner, and so forth. And if they don't do it, what happens, that sort of thing. So this policy basically expands on that provision because the way the provision is, it's quite broad. So the policy becomes very specific. What needs to happen? What strategies are there which government will put in place to make sure that the local content policy is adhered to? Now, when you come up with a policy, you need to have a vision and you need to have a mission. Now, firstly, we need to understand the difference between a mission and a vision. A vision is where you would like to see yourself after a certain period of time. But a mission is how do you get there? If I have to give an oversimplified example, is to say, Charles Mbeha, where do I want to be lunchtime? I want to be out there eating my lunch. So that is my vision. But that's my vision. Now the mission will be, how do I get there? Well, I have to finish this presentation and so forth. I have to walk and go find the food. So the mission is basically, how do you get there? Now, when you look at the vision, it says an internationally competitive petroleum sector that maximizes benefits for the Namibians. That is where government would like to see this sector at a particular point in time. And then the mission is to maximize benefits through workforce, goods and services, and companies. What I've been saying, Namibians are the ones who must be employed, where they have the skills. Where they can provide goods and services, Namibians should be used. And then we come to the rationale for the policy. Rationale for the policy, it's basically where we are saying, what is the reason? Why are we coming up with this policy? That's basically what the rationale entails. And there are a number of them. First one is to ensure national stewardship. That is basically government will make sure that the oil sector is properly managed, regulated. There are mechanisms in place to make sure that the resource is well taken care of. Because if you don't take care of something, it will go to waste. And then promote sustainable development and energy independence. We have to use this resource in such a manner that we will use it for a long period of time or to maximize the benefits out of it. We know also as Namibia that we are dependent on other countries when it comes to energy supply. So now we have an opportunity to make sure that we gain that energy independence. And that is one of the rationale of this policy. Economic diversification, inclusion, and value addition. The oil sector, another aspect we need to understand is this. Because it brings so much money in the country, it will also stimulate other sectors. So it's not so much to say that all of us will end up in the oil sector. If that is to happen, it's very dangerous because one day when we run out of the oil, the economy will collapse. So the idea here is to say, although we are going to have this new sector, we should not neglect other sectors. And the oil money which will come will help government to stimulate other sectors. So people can choose. Those who want to go directly into the sector, they can, but we should not neglect other sectors where you can also be able to make money and so forth. Value addition, we can't just be exporting our crude. We need at one point to be able to refine it within here in country. Once we do that, it also helps government to get more resources. And this will help our government and our leaders to be able to tackle major challenges which are faced by our country. We know unemployment is one of them and so forth. So with this money, that can be resolved. Prioritize Namibian goods and services. I have already touched on that. To say local content, it's about goods, services, and skills have to come from Namibia. Equitable opportunities for previously disadvantaged Namibians. So we need to ensure that the previously disadvantaged Namibians should also benefit. And it's important to say that provision actually does not emanate from the policy, but it comes from the Constitution. We are merely borrowing what already exists in the Constitution. I'm mentioning this aspect because some people are of the view that we should do away with that, but that is something which is enshrined in our supreme law. Guiding principles. Guiding principles, this is basically to say, it's almost to say, what are the beliefs that we believe as we are carrying out or crafting this policy and so forth. So our belief is that this policy should be progressive development and impact. So we should be able to evolve. We might find that the requirements in the sector of today will be different to the requirements of in 5 years. So we need to be able to evolve in order to keep up with those requirements. Commitment to health, safety, and environment. We know that where we have discovered oil, it's in the ocean. And we know that Namibia has a very good fishing sector. So we need to be careful that the activities which are being carried out there do not endanger the fishing sector. As much as we are excited for the oil and gas, we still need the fishing sector to thrive. So one of our guiding principles is to make sure that we protect the environment, the people are also kept safe, and so forth. How to do it, monitoring becomes very important. I know the Honorable Governor mentioned the aspect to monitor. So that will also be one of the ways how we monitor. And when they give their reporting, and also, we are also doing monitoring. So it's something which is very important. Partnership between the industry and government. Government is the regulator, the industry will be regulated. So the two need to work together. We both need each other. We need the companies in the industry in order to extract the oil. And then the government makes sure that it's done in an orderly manner, safe manner, and to the benefit not just of Namibians, but we also need to make sure that the investors, they also benefit. That's why it's important when we want to tax them, we should be careful not to overtax. Because when you overtax an investor, they will not be interested to invest in Namibia. They will find that it's very expensive. Balance is very important. Transparency and accountability. Her Excellency, the President of Namibia, she continually hammers on this. So it's something which is very important to say that what we do, it must be transparent. When something is transparent, nobody will question because they will know how decisions were reached and so forth. But when decisions are done in secrecy, or it's not known how one is arrived, how did you choose this one over that one, it creates problems. So we need to make sure that in what we do, it is transparent. And this also we need to ensure that companies also follow the same trend. Last one is adherence to international best practices. This industry is highly technical, so we need to adhere to international standards. If we don't adhere to that, we might find situations whereby accidents may occur and so forth. So those practices are well established. We need to follow them in order for us to manage this important sector very well. Policy objective. The policy objective, the first one, is to establish a regulatory framework and an institution. That is basically to say there need to be laws and policies to to govern this sector. But besides that, there also needs to be an institution which will be able to do that. Another one is objective. It says that we must prioritize Namibian goods and services, which I've already spoken on, to say that where goods and services are available in Namibia, we should not allow oil companies to outsource. As long as something is in Namibia, they have to outsource from Namibia. And then whereby the skills is not there, we need to accept that it's a new industry in Namibia. So we do not have all the skills. So there will be certain skills that we are lacking. So we need to, as government, together with the oil companies, how do we work together to close those gaps? People need to be trained. Attachments have to be done. People through Petrofund have to be sent out to study in those areas that we do not have. We need to have a plan in place to say by this time we should have closed this gap and so forth. So another one, it's enhanced supply and localization. To give an example, a rig, where a platform they use to extract oil. If a contract is given to a company to build that rig, in Namibia there won't be a company which will be able to construct that or to set that up, or possibly to service it. So when an award contract is given, as a regulator we have to look at that contract carefully. Because what might happen is an oil company, they'll also throw in things, maybe supply of food, logistics, and so forth, which are actually available in Namibia. But then they will be hiding to say it's a rig. So we are basically telling them that you should unbundle this contract. For aspects which can be done in Namibia, it should not be included in that major contract and so forth. Next one is to say research and development. If we don't do research and development, we will always be stuck. Research and development is important to give us ideas to say what we are doing today might not be the right approach in a few years' time. We need to continually improve. And how do we do that? Through research and development. And that's where also our education sector also comes in here to assist us and so forth. And then transfer of knowledge. This is whereby oil companies will be required to partner with Namibian companies so that Namibian companies can learn how to use these highly technical equipment and so forth. They need to partner. We have it in the policy as a requirement. So of course, all of these are opportunities before Namibians, those who are interested to go in the sector directly, to say, okay, I do my research to say what skills are needed. I register a company, I start looking how to partner with the companies which are coming and so forth. Where and how you need assistance, we have the Upstream Petroleum, you can engage, they'll give guidance for you how to go about it. Next one. Yes, the next one is pros and cons. What we are basically saying, when you have the local content policy, it will assist the country to create more jobs. Because we are basically telling oil companies, hire Namibians. Our skills development and transfer, because we are telling oil companies that if you tell us as government that I'm hiring outside, but I do not, because there are no Namibians, we will ask you, come up with a plan, how are you going to assist government to close that gap? So the company then will have to come up with a plan to say, okay, this is what I'm going to do. This is how many people I'm going to attach and so forth. And as a regulator, we have to be satisfied with that, or else we will not approve it. SME growth, small and medium enterprises growth, they will also benefit from this, especially when it comes to supply of goods and services. It's just, of course, upon them to identify what type of goods and services are needed in the sector. And again, we need to be careful not all of us just move into that sector. There are also other sectors that we should not disregard. At the moment, while we are doing this, we know that there are capacity gaps, but with the policy also, we do appreciate that it may increase costs on the investor. Because if you are telling an investor to say, hire a local business, you might, prioritize a local business. For instance, if a service on average costs 100,000, you might find a situation whereby a local business is charging perhaps 120 or even 200,000. So that will be an additional cost on those companies. So again, there we need to draw a line that local companies do not make their services too expensive. Because the moment they do that, it will create a problem where, from our vision, where we indicated that we need this sector to be competitive. Now, if it becomes very expensive for the investors, the sector will not become competitive. And the risk of protectionism, we need to avoid the situation again where we totally close off to the outside world. Again, we are not an island. So some of the services, we have to allow them to come in the country. We need to find that balance. Now, who are some of the key players in these sectors? They are listed there. Firstly, we have the Upstream Petroleum Unit. This used to be a department in the Ministry of Mines and Energy. But when our President, Her Excellency, took over this year, she felt that it's a very important sector. She wants to keep a close eye on it. Hence, it was moved from Ministry of Mines. Currently, we are now under the Office of the President through her guidance and supervision, where we are learning quite a lot. NAMCOR, this is the arm of government, whereby government also participates in the industry as a player, to also as a commercial company, to be able to get money directly, to avoid the situation of only relying on taxes. We have Petrofund, also very important. They are responsible for training aspects, for skills within the sector. They provide funding for those who are interested to study in the oil and gas sector. Lastly, and perhaps very important, the operator. These are the people who have the licenses, who go out there, spend money to look for this oil, find this oil, develop it, and assist in selling and be able to bring money to themselves, of course, and government. That's how government makes it. We'll be able to make money from this. Concluding remarks. We have presented the fundamentals of this policy. What is in this policy and what is it that government aims to achieve? We are here before the residents of this region to seek your input, to say, this is what we have done. If the residents are of the view that we need to improve on it, please tell us, where do we need to improve? Guide us. If perhaps we have a provision which you feel is not appropriate, we need to remove. This is your opportunity to tell us that perhaps remove this one, it is not needed. Of course, again, if the policy is good, again, you may tell us that, to say, okay, we've done a good job and so forth. So this is fundamental, what is going to happen. But after we are done, we will take your inputs. We will engage our principals and we will see how best to refine the policy. Once it is done, there will be a validation workshop. With the validation workshop, we will invite stakeholders to say, this is how we have captured your input. Once they are happy with that, it will go to the National Planning Commission. The Planning Commission will look through it. If they are satisfied, they will endorse it, and the policy will become effective. Once it becomes effective, we will require the operators, the oil companies, to start adhering to this policy. It is government intention that this policy should become effective this year. However, it will depend how quickly we get the inputs, or if there are no objections and so forth. Of course, if there are no objections, it will make it easier to finalize it as quickly as possible. So with that, I have come to the end of this presentation. Thank you.
Can we give another round of applause to Mr. Mbeha? Again, just to reiterate that since, for those who are having the program, and we started a little bit behind time, we are going to move into, or we are going to combine the questions and answer session, the same with the discussion and recommendation. Now we are going to move into questions and recommendation session. We have indicated earlier on that we are here to seek the input of the public on the local content policy. So this is the very opportunity which we have promised. And maybe I'm going to ask again from my high table that we need to switch. Okay. I've gotten a guidance here. Mr. Mbundu, maybe before we move to the next session, will you help us just to summarize Mr. Mbeha's presentation? Ya, eko kuiningila tupunyasi walie ko wakuro na wakara mokachiketu, wawa peko, ekwata sano, lio zos na presentation za wali asiko sinke za hamene. Tanatu ikiranye tuze ko mapuro, ndi noko ikwata sa Kongo sina. Ya, Mpandu.
Mpandu nene, so tani hetekereko. Si asi wale hosevamwe wale kwa kara nyinele gano ya si policy ndizi na dokumenti zinatoa kutumburaja si policy kabisa kara nononkondo. Hashi himo policy kabisa kara nononkondo mara epangero kuvura turapo veta ezinazuvura kuvatera zina policy zikare nononkondo. Ano mnazi nyetu Mbeya yena kwa fatura yokwa menasi nani majisi msinke gakara po pokachi ko vision di mission. So asi vision zoze zinye policy asi azokwa karasi tuakona kugwana mo mawa moyikwa maholi yetu. Ozo izo za karanyasi vision. Ano mission ogena mawa gena tuwa haragwana moyikwa maholi kupitiranye moyirugana erandeso tani nonongesefa domo mu Namibia tani bantu na wenye wakona karamo mu Namibia. Asi ezi policy ezi zokunika asi bantu na wenye abatunga mu Namibia wagwane ko mawa koyikwa maholi mawa ngwendi asi irugana ediwo lyokuhamena ikwa maholi tani bature nongese. Tanyezi local content zetu azo kwa kutantanya si no company nadinye dakule hameka moikwa maholi wakona kukuta wa Namibia kuranda ininke ya nanye mo Namibia kutungisa nongezefa dao nadinye mo Namibia kuvatera nokuli gauni na udivu winanye winawade wanye yokuhamena kwa imaholi naunye na wa Namibia. Popasupi asi sinziso maua agaga kutunda kwa ikwama holi ngano ikare mosirongo sa Namibia. Mo Namibia togwana ikwama holi mefuta nye ose wa Namibia yatusumpira. Asi tuwanunu ose twadiva yokuhamena ikwama holi. Morwa iponye asi policy kugawa mauzera kuhamena udiwi no kurugana unangesefa owawapera mokulizano vision zetu 2030. Veta zosirongo kwa gavano nkondo kozo zinye twakutumbrasi Upstream Petroleum Unity vakare vatareli nokudidilika asi marunone ndi asi ikwama holi vakatakamese morwa ago kwa hamena kova Namibia. Egano kwa karaureru turuganeseni vantu wetu omosirongo sa Namibia ininke naenye yakara mo Namibia nokugawa unongo no udiwi tani ukuta vantu wa Namibia tuvatereni nongwesefa do va Namibia iponye asi tuaha tuma tupo marune yetu ndi asi ikwama ngo yapeke nyetu akana kutunga Namibia zetu kwa tama vantu ntani nongesefa polisi kwa tantahena asi va operator watakutumburanya va operator ngwende vena va fore na vena va kuiza ndi asi vanairongo ava vakuruga na epapa rolyo maholi vakona kukuta vantu momo mosirongo hena kenye apa vakona kureta nonzapo dao kenye mvura kepangero lya Namibia nampili va contractor vao nao vakona kukuta ndi vavatere nonkesefa dawa Namibia. So pausupi kwa karasi kuvatera kokupapara ikwama holi dogoro pogapomba gena maholi mevu ezi policy kutuvatera mogwanamo mawa kwa Namibia na venye kwa maholi yetu yakara mosirongo pandu.
Ya, tuwapandure hena otate mbundu moktupa alina ekwata sano dio ko presentation za uvali. Before we go into the questions and recommendations, I would like to request my colleague Ms. Aune Amtenya just to come give a few guiding principles on how we are going to conduct the recommendation and question sessions.
Thank you very much, the facilitator. Good afternoon, everyone. I will stand on the protocol already observed. Welcome to today's public consultation meeting. We appreciate your presence and your participation in this important process. So before we begin with our Q&A, question and answer, discussion and recommendation session, please take note of the following house rules and guidelines which are in place to ensure that the meeting is respectful, inclusive, and productive to all that are involved. The first one, kindly treat all speakers and participants with respect. Personal attacks, disruptive behavior, or offensive language will not be allowed. Only one person may speak at a time. If you wish to speak, please wait for the facilitator to call on you or follow the process for requesting the floor. Keep your comments brief and to the point. We may impose a time limit on individuals. We may impose a time limit on individuals who are not following the processes. Please stay on the topic. The meeting is to discuss the National Petroleum Upstream Local Content Policy Therefore, off-topic comments may be redirected or postponed. Please respect the facilitator's role. They are here to guide our discussions, manage time, and ensure everyone is heard. Use appropriate language at all times. Aggressive or inappropriate language will not be allowed. No interruption or shouting. Everyone deserves an opportunity to speak without being interrupted. This is a space for constructive dialogue. Whether you are here to listen, ask questions, or share your views, thank you for doing so in a respectful and collaborative spirit. Let's work together to make this a meaningful and productive discussion. Thank you.
With those few remarks, I think we are going to enter now in the recommendation and question and answer session. Maybe I may just request if you can assist us for the high table to switch position again to face the public. Well, we have heard all our speakers, so the floor is now open for questions or any contribution relating to the policy. There will be a mic circulated around. Just raise your hand and we'll give you the opportunity to make your point. Okay, we have 2 hands up. We'll start in front.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Festus Negumbo from Siruo Guest House. My first one is just a comment. But I would like to start it like this. Thank you for coming through to Kavango West. I think we had the same dialogue with the hyphen previous month ago regarding local content. And what I would like to say about that is that when you guys come to visit us, for example, last time for the hyphen, businesses were given a email where you can email your business, your company profiles. So when we went back to our offices, we sent through those emails. Those emails are not replied to today. There's no communication back to say whether we are on a database, we are put on a database or on a list, and when you call the numbers which are always on the platform, they always give us excuses. So this is just to say that it's always welcoming you guys to come to us, then you guys, you present this to us, but I would like that relationship also to always be there, because some of your offices are not in Kavango West, and the only way we can communicate is through emails and through phone calls. So it must not end here. It must also, once we'll need your more information, if it can, if you guys can give us more information and not just at this engagement. Let it not end here. That's my first comment. I'm shivering, sorry. Yeah, I would like to ask a question with the services. For example, I've been watching you. I think it started in Lutherate, and most of the youth of Lutherate were mostly talking of, when you say local, it's like Lutherates, because I'm sure most of these onshore, offshore, they're that side of Lutherates. So they were talking more of local. So when you talk of local, for example, like the commissioner said, catering services. Catering services, for example, if there's a tender out for catering services in their offices in Lutherate, so obviously they will get first-hand information there. So how, and I'm in Kavango West, and I get that catering services. Even here, if another company gets a service that they are catered here, do the service. How is it, how are you guys saying maybe these services that can be done locally, for example, catering service, we leave it to the Lutherans, or it's national? Because business-wise, let me say, what services actually are you going to categorize the services to say, these services we can get from companies in Kavango, which services I want really to know, to have an understanding of that. For now, thank you.
Pass the mic to the front.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Hosea Naitano, the director, and I also would like to contribute toward this important activity that we are engaging in today. IUM as an institution also would like to see how the government is going to help this institution to make sure that Goal 4, which is quality education, is addressed. And the IUM is ready or proactive by illustrating how it addressed the oil and the gas sectors in the related industries. IUM has positioned itself at the forefront of higher education in this field through the introduction of Masters of Science and Energy in Energy, Oil and Gas Management. Because we cannot just introducing something and we cannot be able to manage it, because we are talking about sustainable development goals. There are some goals also that I have seen that in terms of the policy are also need to be touched here and there. That is now 9. This program is purposefully designed to equip Namibians with advanced technical, managerial, and policy-related competences that are required in the rapid expanding oil and gas industry, as we are now trying to educate ourselves here on that. It also bridges the skills deficit by preparing graduates who can effectively contribute to exploration, production, resource governance, and the sustainable energy transition. So now beyond that, oil and gas, IUM as well strategically broadening its programs by offering some to some programs to reinforce the national resiliency in natural resources and environmental management. This includes MBA in integrated natural resources management, resources mobilization, and economics by training leaders at least to maximize the resources use while ensuring accountability and sustainability governance. There are also other programs like Bachelor in Water Resources Management. I understand from if I heard them very well, the oil and gas is also underwater, isn't it? Meaning these people who are trained here, not only to manage water, the potable water that most of us here in the north, we are trying to address, but also to talk of those resources, the flora and faunas under the water. Also, the climate change is also one of the program. Climate change mitigation and adaptations. We have talked about, those things are coming, and we have houses here and so on, and we have seen how the stills whatsoever, there is a river probably there. When you was talking about testing, that is just something to test. Maybe you use a seismic testing, I think so, to find out that there is oil and or gas there. So now those things are under somewhere also where we have constructed our houses and so on. So now we need to know how to adapt to that. Now, with these initiatives, IUM is not waiting to react to the needs of the market, but is proactively building the knowledge-based and the skill pipeline that Namibian agency requires to fulfill or to fully benefit from its oil, gas, and broader natural resources. Now, what is needed maybe probably to be included in the policy is a conducive and enabling policy or framework environment that probably should our government, created by our government and the stakeholders, with such support where the institution of higher learning like IUM can deliver these programs even more effectively to make sure at least we have addressed the issue of knowledge gap as it was also stated there. I thank you.
It seems the first row is on fire. I will take 2 more questions from that row and maybe 3 from this one before we invite answers.
Good afternoon. I would like to thank first the Office of the President for giving us this platform where we can have a meaningful engagement. And I thank all the presenters for the very broad and detailed presentation, well informative. My question is mostly on the revenue part. When it comes to pass at this industry, which is known to be lucrative, is in place, I want to find out if there are any mechanisms that will ensure the revenue sharing across the regions, or will there just be a central government control of this revenue? And I also want to find out if there's a local, there will be a creation or development of local development fund that will dedicate a portion of this oil revenue to the communities that are mostly affected. Mr. Mbeha earlier had spoken about the creation of the institutional framework. I want to find out if there's any legal or an outside institutional framework that will also ensure the transparency in the management of these revenues. And if there are any safeguards that are in place right now that will prevent these loomings of corruption and mismanagement of these revenues. Thank you very much.
I said I will allow 2 from this first row, then we move to the other row. But please just keep your question. We'll come back to you.
Thank you very much for the platform. Well, my name is Jackson Akambo. I am staff. I'm an economist by profession. I don't necessarily have questions, I have recommendations. And please, I will be speaking under correction. I'm still learning, still sharpening up my skills. And the first recommendation is I'm not in support with the stake the government takes on our natural resources. The gentleman earlier illustrated how we are benefiting of up to 50%, which I'm completely in disagreement, because remember, these taxes are being taxed on 3 different platforms: income tax, royalties, what was the third one? Yeah. And if you do a quick analysis, and like I'm saying, I'm speaking under correction, our government is giving away to foreign companies more than what it should benefit. So I believe, under correction, I believe there is room for renegotiations. I understand we don't have the capital capacity, we don't have the human capacity, HR, so that we can run these industries ourselves, but the percentage we give away to foreign companies is too much. I mean, look at the African leader that is Ibrahim Mitore, what he's doing for his country right now. Maybe we can also learn from that and start renegotiating. The second recommendation that I want to give is, if you go to South Africa, you go to KFC. Every KFC you buy, $2 goes to the vulnerables and orphan kids. Why can our government, when they give these opportunities to foreign companies, not inflict social corporate responsibilities? We have the Premier League that was suffering for years. We have our entertainment industry suffering. We just lost Russia, and the rumor says we are losing these societies because of financial problems. So if we are going to give away our oil to these people, then we should also create platforms where Namibia can benefit. Even, it doesn't have to be voluntarily. Like I gave the example of KFC, and I think it's written on the KFC bag, every 2 rand goes to the orphans and vulnerables. And this is also how we should treat foreigners, that we give opportunities to invest in our country, especially if we are only going to take 10%. Then we should inflict this, because it doesn't help if we are exploring our natural resources, but we as a country are not benefiting at maximum capacity. Thank you.
Just to be fair, we are going to give chances to this side, at least 2 questions from this side.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Josephine Nekongo, and I'm a student nurse at Velvicha University. When we walked in, one of the presenters mentioned that nurses can also work for the oil and gas industry. I just want to understand the pathway for a nurse to work in the oil and gas industry, and also the qualifications needed and the scope of work that is needed for a nurse. Thank you.
Good afternoon. All protocol observed. I have 2 questions to pose. One, I just want to understand on the objective of this policy. Speaking under correction, sorry, maybe before I move ahead, my name is Toivo Kakoro, a resident of Nkurenkuru, a teacher by profession. On the objective, I don't know whether the policy is also talking of to establish a certain body within the sector. So if that is the case, I just would like to understand how this body will be established and the composition of the body, if so, and what will be the function of the body within the sector. And as far as the oil exploration is concerned, I would like also to understand, does the policy also got a point where we need to understand compensations in case as far as we are exploring oil within Namibia? Thank you very much.
Okay, it seems you just have to reiterate your last question. If you can repeat that.
Oh, my last question. Okay, my last question is, I did not maybe understand on the policy itself very well, whether does the policy also have got some guidelines in terms of compensation. So what I'm talking of compensation is, as we are exploring oil, you know, it has got some pros and cons. It might affect maybe people positively or negatively. Now, if perhaps where we are moving to, there are people living there, is there a compensation or there is nothing? If there is, on what percentage or what are the guidelines in place within the policy? Thank you.
Okay, I think we have had around 6 questions. Can we maybe invite for answers, then we'll move to the second round? I just want to implore our participants that please do not lose your thought. If possible, try to write down your questions so that when your opportunities are accorded to you, then you do so. Thank you. Now I'm going to give an opportunity to my colleagues to attempt to answer to some of the questions raised so far.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the first one regarding the database, thank you. We take note of it, although for hydrogen it's a different institution from us, but we take note of it so that should the same happen, the same mistake does not happen. The question of what is local. In terms of the policy, it defines what is let me use a local company. So a local company does not necessarily mean if oil is found in Kavango, local company is only companies in Kavango. Local is a company anywhere in Namibia. But of course, if oil is being extracted from Kavango, naturally the companies from Kavango will have an inherent advantage for purposes of efficiency. You can imagine a situation where you get catering services from Karas to be supplying in Kavango. So naturally the one in Kavango will have a natural advantage. But that's not to say that other companies from other regions are excluded. No, local, it's all companies within Namibia, or anyone in Namibia, a Namibian qualifies to be under the terminology local. Revenue sharing to all the regions, and the fund to that effect. In terms of the Namibian constitution, Namibia is a unitary state, so we cannot start dividing resources like that. what happens is the resources are collected at a central point through the Ministry of Finance. And our leaders, the ones we voted our leaders in power, we entrusted them to be able to regulate these affairs on our behalf. They will look at the needs of the whole Namibia and decide that, okay, here we are going to put this money here and so. So it's not to say that each region is going to have a share. All money, whether it's from oil, from fishing, or wherever government get money, it goes in one pool. And our leaders will have any deliberation and engagement how they are going to do that, more in a fair, orderly fashion. But the point of departure is to say our constitution says we are a unitary state. So we cannot now manage a unitary state like a federal state, whereby each region now is getting, no, everything will be done from a central point. The aspect of increasing tax, of course, I indicated to say that there are other ways also government makes money. We shouldn't just look at the 10%, because most people tend to only look at the 10%. But if we say it's not enough, we need to come and suggest what is it that we think is enough. Because if we say it's not enough, but there's no suggestion, and when the government increases, again, it might be said it's not enough. So it has to be clear, that suggestion, to say what percentage will be enough. And also just to mention something, nothing stops government to be 100% shareholder. But if government is going to take that route, then it means government must also take money from its pocket and fund those activities. And then government will become 100%. We need to draw a balance whereby you don't expect someone to fund the activity since independence. They are searching, you know. And when they came here, we told them that it's 10%. So I came here on that. Okay, it's 10%. I'm spending my money, Now when we find oil and then government comes and says, we are now making it 70%. Then it will show Namibia that Namibia is not a stable, predictable environment. And when that happens, generally you have a problem whereby, because we still need investors, by the way. A lot of areas still need to be searched. When we start showing that we change a lot, investors will start saying, maybe it's not such a good idea. But if we really feel that we need to increase, we can have that discussion, but it has to be clear how much do we want, and then we have to look at the consequences. A lot of considerations have to be taken into effect, and then we move forward from that. On the aspect of compensation, there are no specific compensation yet to the sector. So we will use the general compensations which are used. Currently now, when you are moved, in terms of government policy, a person has to be compensated. You are compensated in terms of the value of the things you have. Because you have a house, you have planted trees, all those things. You need to move so that a value will be determined, and then you have to be compensated in terms of that. And of course, if oil is found under your land, again, in the beginning, I indicated that the oil does not belong, the oil belongs to the state. So it's not of the individual person, the owner of that land, to say, it's my land, you have found oil, you must pay for it. No, it belongs to the state, collectively to all of us. So what you will be compensated on, it's what you have on top, your structures and so forth. That you will be compensated. On the aspect of a body to be established, because currently I indicated that the Upstream Petroleum unit was part of the Ministry of Mines. Now it has moved to the Office of the President. So what the policy is doing is just to cement and to to properly establish that body. It is there, but we also need something, a law basically, to cement that this is the body which is responsible for so and so forth. The president, of course, has powers to just establish any institution. But we just feel that on top of that, the president has established this. We just want to support it with a law to say, and that body will be the Upstream Petroleum Unit, which will comprise of various departments which are needed in the industry, from geologists, engineers, scientists, economists, all the various skills that are needed. Okay, I'm not sure. Okay, we also heard comment from IUM. We appreciate what for, because we need certain courses which students can assist the student to basically be able to have skills to penetrate the industry. Now, in terms of skills, whatever skill it is, of course, we need to understand that certain skills, let's take nursing. It's not necessary to say maybe you are going to need a petroleum nurse, but it's to say that sector also will require nurses. Because when you look at the rigs, some of these rigs are kilometers in the sea. And while they are away there, someone can get sick, they can get injured. So that platform will require some medical personnel to be stationed there. Now, of course, there might be some courses to say you need a certain course because in case of an accident, you need to be able to survive out there. So there are certain courses which are given, survival something, just forgot the name, that one needs to take before you go there. If you didn't do that course to be able to survive there, you will not. So it's not to say it's a particular course to a profession, but it's to say to any profession that will go on that rig, you need that particular course. It's not very... Yes. Yeah, offshore survival course. It's not very lengthy. I think it's less than a month or so. A week. So once you have that, then you'll be able to go. So just to answer that one, I'm not sure if I have left out any particular question. If not, thank you.
Okay, this time around we are going to start from this side. My apologies. Since we entertained a lot of questions from this side, this time around we'll start from here.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Salmo Sole, a student at IUM and also a member of Youth Constituency Sustainable Development of Namibia. Just to give reference, based on the presentation that they've presented, for Ms. Maggie Shino and Mr. Charles, they say that there is an opportunity training skills meant for the Namibian based on oil and gas. And also there's a gap in some part of transferring knowledge and skills. Okay, right. Since it's going hand in hand with the purpose of the policy to promote skills, knowledge, and transfer so that enterprises stays in Namibia. My question is, where do they offer oil and gas in Namibia? Since these courses, they are only broadly offered. They're only like broadly offered.
Okay, I think that question is somehow clear, but yeah, we'll answer. Maybe just to elaborate on that, Our local institutions have started to take proactive measures. One of it is just, as the director from IUM has elaborated, that they are introducing courses. NAST and UNAM also have incorporated courses in oil and gas. Yes, what you are saying is true. Previously, we did not have enough courses for oil and gas in the country. Most of the courses were done abroad, but we are starting to introduce step by step a few courses that can be introduced. So, any other hand? Okay.
Good afternoon. I stand the protocol observed already, and my director, my dean of students, and my chair, Mr. Patrick. My name is Snonge Bonifacius Snonge. I'm a marketing agent for Window Fashion Week and a journalist for Host Connect. Also a student at IUM, the current Mr. IUM. Yes. First of all, I'd just like to say on what Mr. Charles said. He said apparently if they find oil on your land, they just compensate you on the properties that you have. But my question is like, what is the benefit for the community members that stay on that land, that have been there for generations before their forefathers? And also the thing of saying apparently no, we pay tax to the government, and then there's no need for us to help the community again. I feel like we should, as an organization, we should get rid of that behavior or mentality, so we can know how to help out the community, because the communities are also suffering. If you find oil under their land, do something about it. Don't just pay tax and then like, okay, no, now we have to set back, and then the community, the government will handle it. But you as NAMCOR or Total Engines, what are you going to do about it? How are you going to help the community? That also brings me to what my lecturer said. Apparently, we should make sure on the touring he was talking about. We should come up with something. We need to be innovative about this, not just wait for the government and then do something about it. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, the gentleman at the back.
Thank you very much. It's Mr. Karupu, a teacher by profession. My question goes as, why oil and gas moved from Ministry of Mines and Energy, not other natural resources? Because Africa tells us a different story, where countries where they have oil and gas and it's being managed by the presidency. How is our story going to be different? And why not other natural resources to be moved from Ministry of Mines and Energy into the presidency? Thank you very much.
Before we move there was a hand here in front, then we move over to the next row.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is definitely a recommendation. If we are to get the benefit of local content by stimulating a circular local economy, the only way to do it is as by being intentional and deliberate in our actions. Otherwise, it will be business as usual, whereby the usual politically connected and the wealthy people in their society with access to information and resources will be the only ones benefiting, leaving the poor and less connected but abled many Namibians not to benefit. I stand corrected, as the president's mantra is, this is not business as usual when it comes to the oil and gas product. So I recommend that when evaluating construction contracts for foreign companies based on technical and financial scores, local companies should be given preferential treatment. These can include recognition for good standing with the SCC, Employment Commission, previously disadvantaged status, and the majority Namibian ownership. So to support this, a local content score making up to 15% to 25% of the total score should be included. And this score can reflect key factors such as majority Namibian ownership by previously disadvantaged individuals, employment of Namibians, training for recent Namibian graduates, and support and growth of local businesses. I thank you.
Now we are moving to the other row. Can I see the indication of hands? The gentleman here in the middle has been raising for quite a while. Then we move. Okay, we'll come to you now.
Thank you very much. My name is Gabriel Tenga. I'm a Nkurenkuru resident. And I already stand on the protocol as already established. With me, most of the things have been said. The first thing I want to say is governments in Africa, we have a tendency of looking up to investors from foreign countries. And you know, for the young generation like us, it's very hard to convince us that this approach has worked for our government to improve our lives, our economies, and so on. So these companies, Shell, Recon Africa, and other companies that are coming to invest in our countries, they actually have interest in our countries. These companies are funded by the governments. For example, Recon Africa is a Canadian company. Shell is also funded by US government and United Kingdom. If you look at the approach of other countries like Saudi Arabia, for example, they created companies of their own in order to manage their oil resources so that it 100% benefits the people in their countries, instead of trying to source investors. And not really far back away, for example, for the past 40 years, Saudi Arabia was not that rich like today. Can we not learn from them, for example, to ask, which approach did you take? Because if we are afraid of losing investors, we can get advice from them to say, this is the approach you should take that will actually benefit your country and grow your economies. So let us bear in mind, for example, not for example, but Mr. Bear, please advise the president very well. Because what we have in Namibia is the advisors that we hear, but looking at the government, what the government is doing, somebody will be told, no, they had a PhD in economics, but the advice of economics to the president is very poor. So advise the president that we need companies of our own that will manage our oil. This investors thing, the US has interest in these companies. Obviously, if a Russian company comes to say we are also exploring oil in Namibia, US will say no on our behalf, but it's our country. It's just the same as you having a crop field. I allow you to come and plow and harvest, then you go. You just give me one bag of mahangu. And you still want me to believe that that is my crop field. It doesn't make sense at all. And then the second point, we have a history of mismanagement of minerals and resources in Namibia. Our diamonds, for example, recently they even stole diamonds in Namibia. And we know these people who stole. We cannot say it now, but we know as people who can understand these things. And then NAMCOR itself already is implicated, the management is already implicated in scandals of corruption and so on. So already as a citizen, it gives you no confidence in that entity or institution that is established by the government. Right now, I have no confidence in you as you came. I must just say it as it is, because the management is in court right now as we speak. So we should not continue like the way we deal with our minerals like diamonds, gold, copper. Right now, our minerals are being shipped out. They are owned by the foreign companies. Our government only owns a small stake, and we don't really get any much of income from these investments that the so-called foreign investors. So my recommendation is, can at least the government, if it's unable to stand on its own, at least demand a 50% stake in these investments. Why am I saying so? Because, for example, $1 million that is invested, and you said it's a 10%. So 10% of $1 million, that is very little money. And then if you say royalties and other things, and also corporate tax, royalties, these dividends, they are only paid in small amounts. I don't think right now these companies are paying to the government in terms of royalties and dividends and so on. They probably just paid the license fee to acquire the license. And then the last point is government need to invest in skill transfer and education in these industries, that the emerging industries and also future industry. For example, people are talking about the 5th industrial revolution, and we have AI now booming. If you see some other countries already establishing 6G, while we are still using 4G in the country. So we don't have even any framework right now to say we have a framework that's going to support the innovative ideas in artificial intelligence and so on. We are running so behind. That's why I said we need to advise the president very well. Thank you very much.
Maybe before we move to the break, let's just give the mic to the gentleman, Mr. Kasera.
Good afternoon. My name is Nkurenkuru, the chairperson for Kavango West Communal Land Board. But my question might not speak about board, a communal land board, but I might a bit refer to environmental matters. Point number one, I should like to make it as a comment. It's high time Namibia should develop books that we can use starting from grade 8 to grade 12 about oil and gases. I cannot be surprised when I reach at UNAM and they are telling me I must do geology or in other things. So at least I must get used from where I'm coming from. The other point is health. In first presentation, our brother showed the machine that they use to send waves. And I'm sure a house away from here in 500 meters can be destroyed. What are the measures? I heard the mitigation, in the policy there are this mitigation and other things. It's only that they were not presented to us how they were outlined. So I want to hear how they are outlined. Point number 3, we should remember here in Namibia, we have law, we have policy, but at the end, these laws and policies are not speaking in one line. Our brother Mbea, okay, he was talking about Article 100 of Namibia Constitution. I wanted him to speak the Article 95, sub-article I, protection of environmental and biodiversity. So, please, when you outline the policy, did you consider this article as well? Because what we are seeing currently is not considerable. So at the end, they will tell you, no, we know how the Environmental Commission can assist us on this one. Those guys, they are just in Windhoek. But when it comes here, I will try to give a recommendation when I am done with my question here. So, but my question remains that, did you consider this section or this article? How well and protectable of the environment, wildlife, where the drillings, including the neighboring countries, when we talk about Botswana, there is Kavango Delta. How well? Because I know at the end, we might lose that heritage. When you were drafting this policy, how strong mitigation did you set up there? Including, remember, our river is shared with Angola. How do we? Because certain things are closer to the river when we are doing it. The other point is, when we were outlining this policy, do we go in line with United Nations policy when it comes to environmental, sustainable environment resources? If it's so, but how, when we talk of CBO, community-based organizations, because they are in line with the United Nations policies, but they are undermines when they voice out concern certain activities. So they are protected areas that certain activities are supposed not to take place unless a proper visibility study could be conducted. But we are finding it that the community has been divided. The other side are supporting the CBO, the other sides are supporting the organization that comes and destroy the environment. My other recommendation, while I'm waiting for my questions, I could concur with my brother who was talking about the well-connected people that we cannot mention because we just had it. We have to come with a suggestion that if an activity is happening in Ohangwena, maybe 45% should be local, which is the people in Ohangwena. Then this 5%, someone maybe from Windhoek can take this activity. Can it be considerable to be a policy? And the other thing is to value the request for community. If this area is a protected area, they should be valued, they should conduct a proper study so that they can get the zoning area, because these protected areas have zoning areas. There was recently activity that happens in one conservance down here, Mauros Nekaro. They want to construct a road there, but that area is a zoning area of hunting. Now, you see, a law is not going in line. We want development, but the other policies coming that the development cannot happen in this way. So, which means the policy that we are trying to conduct in here, sometimes we should go back to some articles or some sections to see on how we can outline it. So remember, B2 Gold is gone now, so it's just little things that they are picking out. And the whole amount went to Canada again, and we don't want this mess up again. So I thank you.
May we give the mic to the back? One more question, and then we'll give for answers. Yes. Oh, okay. Maybe we'll keep the question to the back for the later. It seems like there's also another question here in front. Like I indicated earlier on, just maybe jot down your thoughts. Before I give the gentleman to continue, maybe just something to bring to your attention for those who are more concerned of the environmental sensitive area, to let you know that for exploration, parks are not included into the areas which are awarded for exploration. So natural parks are excluded already. And as for exploration which is being conducted, there is a buffer zone naturally which is given like from the water source or the river in the proximity of 10 kilometers. There's no exploration activity which can take place there. So then you can go on with your question.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon. I stand before the protocol observed. Honorable Governor, thank you, and Commissioner, the Mayor, Your Worship. First is, Honorable Governor, I want to ask for your indulgence and the Commissioner. It's about the guidelines. Yes, it's my first time to attend a meeting that I see guidelines being brought forward. I'm sure you feel offended, my sister, but you know that when you go, let's go to hear such things, they feel intimidated. So sometimes let us wait when they start to engage you stop them there. Because these situations, sometimes we have to engage in a robust manner so that you go with the good information there in window. Because if you say like that, someone will be scared. So that one, it's okay. We are not saying you should feel we are not understanding. We understand. We just want it sometime. Let them feel free to attend the meetings when we call them. So the number one, it goes to Mr. Mbundu. Mr. Mbundu, I heard you in your presentation, you were telling us about exploration on land is more cheaper. It's like 1.5 million USD, and on sea is almost 100 million. So the difference in between there is so big. And right now we know Recon is busy here. They are drilling here. And perhaps these are measures that are making investors feel that they are coming with huge amounts of money. So we should come with 10%. Maybe when you go back, that should be also looked into. Then on the evaluation committee, when the committee are formed there in Windhoek, we also want to ask the commissioner that let the regions also feel participative. You can pick from the leaderships in our region also to be part of those evaluation processes which are making these laws or whatever, or picking up to say who can do this, who can do this. Because we have heard that some of us will just participate in these things like catering, these small things from offshore, because of course the investor will not be allowed to do that. But you might see some investors who start pointing people which they want on their interest. So we feel that maybe also you can also look at it. Then lastly, Commissioner, is just, we would also like to know when you are done, maybe perhaps if you can give us a report on what plans do this committee really has, or the President's office, to accommodate us who are offshore. Because we have been hearing, but we would want to hear it to say, okay, you people who are offshore, especially in Kavango West, or where this is the parts where you can utilize. And when you send your documents or your whatever, send it directly to who should look at it, and we get the responses. I thank you.
Okay, maybe just to correct a little bit there. You were saying some of us who are offshore, maybe you just reverse the terminology. Offshore is by the sea, onshore is on land. Okay. The term to use there then is onshore. Okay. It seems we have gotten quite a number of questions. Mr. CRO, do you also want to ask a question? Okay, we'll just briefly allow the CRO to make his comment, then we'll give the floor for answers.
Thank you very much for your kind permission, Program Director, to allow me to also participate. Honorable Governor, permit me to also stand by the protocol as already established. I would not want to give questions, but to make recommendations. The first one is the harmonization of the relationship between the institutions. We have seen, for instance, the adverts for the Petrol Fund Scholarship. And here, when you presented as and projected, we needed also to hear the relationship between these offices, for us to easily now know, okay, the mandate of this department is this, and the other department is this, and they come in together this way, so that we don't label the responsibility of NAMCOR to Petroleum Scholarship. The second one, within this scholarship, if it's possible to also achieve transparency in terms of how many and in what courses are we earmarking for the Namibian institutions. I know my neighbor here have mentioned of the courses that are being offered by IUM. If one to ask how many students at IUM campus have benefited or holder of this scholarship that are enrolled with IUM, because we need to speak and bring it local so that when we are engaging, then we understand indeed from UNAM, from which are the nurses that are here, you are able to also participate through this way and that way as a local content. Because to us local content, we want to see how I standing is being mentioned as a local beneficiary or as a local participant in that context. If we can just have also those data, even on your websites, so that we are able also to follow properly. Then the second component is the decentralization policy and act. President, for instance, when we are speaking of decentralization, Office of the President have governors in all the 14 regions that are ears and eyes of the President in the particular region. But this is a department we are saying that is in the Office of the President. But does it also exist in the decentralized Office of the President in the regions? And what power and authority, if they are in the regions? Because if, for instance, we have seen where they will say, okay, Office of the Honorable Governor to put a covering letter on a applicant's application. And in most cases it goes, but does not come out. Because to me, when you are asking the head of that particular institution or office to put a covering letter, there's a possibility of a high consideration. Just to see how best can all this local content can also be delegated or decentralized, some of the functions, to the regional offices.
I think we have gotten quite a number of questions for now. We are going to invite for answers and then we'll further engage.
We now see with the summary of questions that we captured, and additional information can still be received from the colleagues. There was a question from the gentleman in terms of the training on oil and gas skills. Where can they get it? I think that was partly also responded to, but I just wanted to a little bit to say that, for example, the University of Namibia has a dedicated course, apart from the undergraduate program for geology. They also have a dedicated course at the campus that is in Keetmanshoop, whereby they are offering a master's degree in petroleum geology. So if one wants to study up to petroleum geology at master's level in Namibia, you can be able to get it at University of Namibia. Also, additionally, the NAS is also developing a course for those that are willing to study petroleum engineering, and this is also coming in the lecturers for this institution. The Petrol Fund has also an agreement entered into an MOU with the Namibia Training Authority, NTA, and here we want now to ensure that the training that we are giving or the support that we are giving in terms of funding for scholarship, we only don't do it for undergraduate and postgraduate course, but we also have started supporting the vocational skills. We have a first rollout of scholarship that we have given on vocational skills, both in country at the institutions, and I will ask later our colleagues from Petrofund to come in and just give the data of how much we have funded with the Petrofund. And we are also acknowledging the fact that the oil industry is very new to Namibia. We applaud the IUM for taking a very bright step and even expanding their curriculum and being responsive to the needs on the ground as it's happening. But a number of institutions haven't yet come to that point of being able to provide the skills that are necessary for the industry. Remember, the industry is very highly specialized and very technical and require special skills that are needed. So because of that, most of our scholarship and training that we are giving, we are doing it outside the country at institutions that have already been the ones that are offering these skills. For example, just last year we sent about 10 people who were qualified from the who have vocational training level of certain levels, welders and painters and fabricators, to Malaysia, so that then they can be trained to become roughneck and rustabout and be able to know how to drill, just to become drillers. So we are doing that, a combination of issues or approaches so that we can be able to timely respond to the need of the industry as it's growing, while at the same time we are developing our local institutions to then come up and be able to offer those trainings in the country. The benefits for the community members in terms of a license or when a fine has been made, I would advise that let us focus on this benefit and this participation, not only to be when the oil is found, but right from the beginning at exploration. The country has been divided already into blocks, and some of our villages, each and every village in Namibia, even Kavango West, we are inside the block. So when an application is being submitted for an exploration license, I want the community to start mobilizing themselves so that you already establish community trust. Let's say, for example, if there is an offering that is being made for local participation and broad-based participation, then there's a community trust that is standing that says, if a block is within this area, there's a community trust that can represent the people of the region, and community trust can be an applicant or a shareholder in that application. Also, the community trust themselves can also be proactive. When you find a block that is open, you should also go out and promote and look for partners to come and partner with you outside. You look for your technical partner, you look for your financial partner, and you become the local partner, and you make your application that we have the skills, we have the capacity through our partners in the JV, and together we are applying for this license. So we should also, the community, you have the right to be very proactive and engaging yourself, positioning yourself in this industry, not necessarily only through policies and the laws, but directly also, because the exploration for oil and gas is open for all, not only for investors. And when we are also speaking about investors, we are not only speaking about non-Namibians. Anybody can be an investor, and anybody can be able to engage and have that partner to come and hold hands, as I was saying, hold hands with those that have the skills, with those that have the money, but you must organize yourself in a manner that is formal. And usually, community trust are a very good approach for broad-based participation in a community. There was a very difficult question, which is why only oil and gas was moved to the presidency. It's a very difficult question, but also a very easy one. If you look at the impact to an economy that can come from a petroleum sector, especially a sector that has made significant discoveries, as in Namibia, you would understand and support the President's decision as to why this sector needed special attention. Also, the sector is brand new. There is a lot of needs that the sector have. And it only makes sense that under the presidency, the president is also able to provide the necessary support that the industry will require, because he knows that a lot of hope and a lot of potential for change in terms of really turning around the Namibian economy lies with the potential of what can come once we have started production. There was also a comment that, or a recommendation that in order for us to stimulate the circular economy, that we need to be intentional. I couldn't agree even more than that with that statement. We need to be intentional in terms of what we are doing. And it's that directive and that deliberate intention of us to make sure that the capital that is circulating or that is moving and the investment, foreign direct investment that are coming into the Namibian oil industry must remain within the sector. But how do we capture this investment and ensure, therefore, that it circulates within the economy? Is only if Namibian men and women, you stand up and ensure that you take up the services and the various responsibilities of supplying to the industry as the call comes. When we say that to drill a well offshore, it costs $100 million US. That $100 million US is divided into many pieces. For example, one of the biggest costs for that $100 million is the medical rescue, the search, the helicopter evacuation and the medical supply of medical services offshore. When you are offshore, when you drill, you must go to that site, you must go with your own hospital. You must go with a fully fledged hospital. And that fully fledged hospital must be able to take care of the full crew, and you must also be able to have an ambulance. An ambulance to a production that is 300 kilometers in the sea is not a vessel. You will not reach, the patient will not reach the next level of assistance on time. It's helicopters. So these are the bits and pieces that we Namibians need to be taking up. Those nurses that are there offshore, they must be Namibian. The supply of the medical goods and consumables that are needed, they are from Namibians. A Namibian company must be the one to run the helicopter, where are our pilots, and ferry the people up and down, 24 hours. So these are the components that makes up this capital to be within our circular economy. But we need to stand up, and we are the vessel and the conduit of how we can capture it. Then there was also a recommendation of giving priorities in the tender evaluation of services, that at least if a company has a Namibian company, Namibian registered, employing Namibians, it must be given a score of already up to 20%. We agree wholeheartedly and 100% with that recommendation. And I think in our evaluation plan, we also have an evaluation matrix whereby a lot of weight has already been given to companies simply because you are Namibian. And then the technicalities of your capability and ability to meet the standards will come in. So just by being Namibian, you are already given, the policy is deliberate enough that it has given you a head start. And the rest is up to us. How do we ensure then that we are on par with those that have been given a head start by their environment simply because they've been doing this for the past 100 years? Then there was also a recommendation for us to look for advice in countries that seem to be doing well for themselves. And a good example was given for Saudi Arabia. And from this point, we also agree with that notion. And I just wanted to elaborate more in terms of the call was that we need our own companies. We have our own companies. We are establishing our own companies. It's a vision of the Namibian government that we should be in control of, from the exploration to the development, to the production, to the decommissioning, to the refineries, to the gas processing, until the last drop of oil is an ink in a pen. That is the intention of the Namibian government. And that's the intention and the mandate of what is being described in this policy. And with that vision, you can then see that the government is moving towards that step. That is why our Petroleum Exploration and Production Act 1991, already when it was established, mandated the formation of a NAMCOR. NAMCOR is a company that has two arms. One is where it's involved in the downstream and the distribution of fuel that most people see. But there is a NAMCOR upstream, which is a government arm in participating in all license. Each and every license, NAMCOR is participating. There are those where NAMCOR is a carried participant, they carry only a 10%, but there is also those licenses that NAMCOR initially even was the 100% license holder. And there is also a license where NAMCOR right now holds 67% as the operator. And it's through this approach that we are training NAMCOR to one day be the Saudi Aramco, equivalent of Saudi Aramco in Namibia. So we are moving into that step. But it takes time, and also you need first to earn revenue from production, and then with prudent management, you take that revenue that you have earned from production and invest in then providing the financial requirement that your national companies need. So at this stage where we are, we have the company established, they have people, we are developing the skills, but we are still lagging behind because we don't have those resources for us to be able to drill the number of wells at our own cost as a state. Because we want to produce first, and with those revenues that we are earning, we will then be able to invest directly into the exploration. And hopefully, one day we will have a discovery that is 100% owned by the national oil company or a Namibian company. It is where we are heading. So, and in addition to that, the policy is also mandating for the value chain participation. We are not saying Namibians must only be involved as 10% holders in a license, but we are saying across the whole value chain. Throughout, even in refineries, even if the natural gas is being used to produce electricity, Namibian companies must be part and parcel and partners for those joint ventures and be able then to capture a lot of revenue as it comes. Another question was made in a call, actually, for government to invest in skills transfer. There is very deliberate targets that have been set in the policy in terms of skills transfer. The first one is collaboration with institutions. There's a number of MOUs that we have signed between Petrofund and a number of international institutions so that we can be able to send our people to those institutions to be trained. We also have a mandatory obligation for research and development. You can only develop your skills if you are doing the work yourself. We need to have a culture of being technical, of just doing research. And therefore, a lot of institutions also need to come in to fund this research as they are happening. Then we are also doing secondments with companies and also understudies. The Ministry of Home Affairs have now also deliberately started an approach that when they are issuing visas, every visa, there must be a secondee, an observer, somebody who is an understudy of that specialized skill that we say that we need to bring in country because we don't have it. Yes, we acknowledge, but there must be somebody who is being trained to take over so that it's not just a vicious cycle of having people coming in under the pretense of being expertise, while our young people are not growing in the same footsteps. Nobody was born with skills. They also learned. And they learned from watching doing, we should do the same. We are doing the same. There was also a call for us to do oil and gas in our curriculum, right from primary school. We are in agreement, and it's for that reason why conversations are now being had with the Ministry of Education, who is also part of the board of Petroleum, so that a person should not hear that we have oil and gas in Namibia only when you are at university. A child in kindergarten must know how to sing a song about resources that are in Namibia. You train them young. That is what we are hoping to achieve. And without this being evident, it is now on the ground, I think we are getting the interaction of everybody agreeing that, okay, yeah, every textbook now have a section on, not just on diamond, but also add oil and gas there. Yeah. In terms of the agency, health, safety, and measures to mitigate the issues of impact of our activities to, for example, infrastructures, people's home, that element is catered for under the process of the EIA. If a vibrosizer passes, have drawn a line closer to a homestead, and an EIA was approved, there are only two things that you can that can be guaranteed. Either that house was not there when the EIA was being approved, or there was not factual information given in the EIA. That's why that house is too close to the line. So there are limits, there are international standards and limits of where do you place the line for acquiring seismic so that you don't have an impact to establishment and people's homes. And there's also mechanism to say, if you are acquiring seismic in a city, in a crowded city, in a town like Nkurenkuru, what type of equipment must you use? So those requirements are there, and they get taken care of during the environmental impact assessment process. There was also a question of whether we are now speaking in alignment, is the policy speaking in alignment with the environment and biodiversity. I wanted to bring to the attention that the policy itself, as we have it, is not a standalone document. It works already in line with the existing documents that are regulating the industry. The first one, as I said, is the Petroleum Exploration and Production Act, which give a link to the Environmental Management Act of 2017, and with these two documents, there has been already an alignment in terms of the protection of the environment and the biodiversity, and the pristine environment of Namibia as we have it. It's one of our most sought-after commodity, tourism. So we don't do anything to jeopardize it. So we protect and we drive these industries in parallel. And that's where then the issues of environmental impact assessment are mandatory. Before anybody does anything on the ground, that box must be ticked. And there's also an alignment already that we have, even within the policy itself, to the Sustainable Development Goals. To mention a few, the policy is in alignment and is speaking specifically of SDG 1, 8, 10, and 11. We have catered for them within the policy, and if there's any that you feel that we have not included, please, the inputs are welcome, and we'll accommodate them and we'll incorporate them as such. A request was coming that perhaps there must be a regional quota allocation, that if a project is in Ohangwena region or in Kavango West region, then 45% of the tenders must go to the region. There's a danger in putting that in the law, because if the region is found not to have the capability of providing of that 45, we will all be in non-compliance. But usually, when capability is available, there is no way a tenderer who is tendering to provide catering service coming from Kunene region with the transport and logistic required to transport the equipment can be cheaper than a caterer who is coming from Kavango West region. I doubt. So efficiency, because of proximity to the project, will put you ahead. But what we also observe as lacking is that we need to do more awareness in terms of how to tender for the oil industry and how to position ourselves so that you are competitive enough. To say, what is competitive in an industry? So we need, I think, to expand our awareness also so that we can give that education in terms of how do people position themselves? How do you sell yourself as an incumbent within the region? How can Recon Africa knows that your service is this so that it comes? When the scoring comes, you will be up because you'll be more efficient. It's more efficient for them to source here because you are efficient. But we need to give that guidance in terms of how best can people then prepare them for that. In also, Bundu, there's one question that I will not touch, it's yours. Exploration on land, why is it cheaper? And there's a call for the region to be part of the evaluation committees for the bid. I think we will also make a consideration and assess the pros and cons of having that approach. But as much transparency as possible is what we need. As long as we don't, usually transparency can also be a breeding ground for bureaucracy and inefficiency. So we must balance those elements and ensure, therefore, that when somebody is added to the evaluation committee of a certain company that's working in a certain area, are you adding value or are you hamstringing the operation simply because there's no alignment with the project timelines? There was also a call to give a report on perhaps what are the services that are out there. I had an image, I think I'll come back later to give just a list of what are the possible oil and gas services that come. But before I come to that point, the relationship between the institutions, the Petroleum Affairs Directorate, and now moved to become the Upstream Petroleum Unit, is responsible for regulating the industry. It's responsible for licensing. It's responsible for monitoring the work of the license holders, and generally we are the regulators. Now, NAMCOR, on the other hand, NAMCOR is a government arm to participate in the commercial activities in the oil industry. They are the one to, on behalf of NAMCOR, when a decision is being made whether to drill here or to put the drilling hole there or to put it, what's the next town from here? Those decisions are done with the government being present at that table through NAMCOR. So NAMCOR is a government arm that then deals with commercial and technical issues. Then the Petro Fund only have one role, to ensure that the country is having capacity. They have a role to ensure that the country is skilled. So that's why through the scholarships, through the institutional building, through the various relations, NAMCOR is the one then that is responsible for making sure that the education on behalf of the sector has taken place. In terms of Petrofund scholarships, we also have a database where all the skills, available skills that are available in the country and can serve the industry are recorded. On this database, we don't only have those people that has been trained by Petrofund, but anybody can be able to submit your CV on that database. When companies then are looking for employees in Namibia, they go to that database and they find what specialized skills do I have in Namibia, and who is that person who holds that skill. And it's through that database and they can be able to call a person to say, we understand that you are an economist. We are looking for a project manager with an economic background. Can you please be able to come for an interview? There's that platform. So we encourage all young people to also seek the audience with the Petrofund. The representative is here. and get a link so that you submit your CV there. And every time you improve on your CV, update it also. People tend to leave only grade 10, and even after they have gone to university and now have degrees, the CV still says grade 10. So please make sure that you also upgrade it. Decentralization policy, this is also another consideration, positive consideration that we'll take to see how best then we can be able to decentralize our service to the region. But already through the Petro Fund, they have given the mandate of all the regional governors to be the one to distribute scholarship application forms and collect them from the student, so that Petro Fund just come and pick them up from the governor's office for those students that are not able to apply online. So we are in a way starting with a decentralization, of course not as wide as possible. It would be ideal if we can have a representative of the unit in every region. But one step at a time. We are coming, we are getting there. I think let me stop there for now for all the questions that were asked.
Thank you very much to the head of the delegation for that elaborate clarification and answers. So, since we have been here for quite a very long time, I can see it's getting hot and we are getting exhausted. So I would just want to plead with the gathering that those who are we are going to give a final round of questions, and I'll only allow 4 questions. Please try to summarize, and if what you are planning to ask has already been asked, please don't repeat those questions again. And I will allow Mr. Mbundu to come give the answer to the question which he has, which was posed to him. And then I'll also allow Ms. Julia Nkurenkuru just to give a brief explanation from the Petro Fund part, and then we'll allow for the 4 questions. Just to inform the public that lunch will be served after the engagement, so please stick around.
Thank you, Petros. Maybe let me just start with a question which was raised against NAMCOR losing funds. And I'm a technical person, I'm not a legal guy, but I have the answer from our PR officer, so I have just to read it like the way it is. So it says that, thank you for that important questions. We understand that the public trust is a foundation of any successful national initiative, especially in the sector as important as oil and gas. Yes, we acknowledge that some individuals currently facing legal proceedings were associated with NAMCOR in the past. However, it's critical to note that these individuals were no longer employees at the time of their arrest. The case is widely referred as the NAMCOR corruption case because the alleged misconduct occurred during their tenure at the company, but they do not represent the current leadership or culture of NAMCOR. More importantly, NAMCOR has not set back. The organization is actively pursuing legal action against the implicated entities and has taken internal steps to strengthen governance, tighten control, and reinforce accountability. As Commissioner Maggie Shino rightly said, oil alone does not bring prosperity. Good policy, transparency, and responsible management do. We are doing everything in our power to correct past wrongs, root out corruption, and build an industry that is honest, inclusive, and building to benefit all Namibians, not just few. So that was the answer from our PR department. And let me attempt to answer, why there's a big difference between the on-land drilling operation and offshore drilling operation. And as I've said, I've been working onshore and offshore. Like most of these discoveries, I've been on the rig, and also I've been on the rig for Recon Africa, but furthermore, I've been on the onshore rig in the different countries. But the most important thing here to understand is, first is logistic. So to drill on land is very easy to do logistic compared to offshore. Just to give you a perspective, for example, when the commissioner mentioned about 300-kilometer offshore load race, that's where we found hydrocarbon. So to go there, first we have to fly from Windhoek to Ludres, and then with a chopper up to the platform. And you have to stay there for 28 days. But if you compare it, coming to Recon Africa, sometimes there's no need for you to fly, you have to drive. So the cost there also plays a very important role. And also the water depth. Water depth, there's a lot of complex, that's why the installation which I showed you, those are not the only installation, because the way you choose the installation offshore, it depends on the water depth. So that's how you select the installation, because it comes with a lot of challenges, waves, heaves, and sometimes there's no operation because this period of time is heaves and it will disturb the operation. And apart from that, and also the certification when it comes to HSE. So onshore operations basically is not so tight when it comes to requirements compared to offshore. Like for example, offshore survival and bushcraft, that is compulsory when you are going offshore. Without that certification, you will not be on that chopper. And like in UK, the bushcraft is your ticket. So first, they need to see, at the airport, they need to see your bushcraft. Without that, you will not board that. So all this operation, the complexity, that's why offshore operation is very expensive compared to on-land operation. Thank you very much.
So since we wanted to hear more on Petrofund's mandate, how they select and publicize the scholarships, so I'll invite Ms. Julia Nkurenkuru just to come give a brief explanation on that.
Honorable Governor, our esteemed Mayor of the town of Rundu, sorry, Nkurenkuru. We are coming from Rundu, so please pardon me with that. The Petroleum Commissioner, the High Table, and the protocol as earlier observed. My name is Julia Nkurenkuru. I work for the Petrofund as the company secretary, risk compliance and legal advisor. I believe that the commissioner really mentioned a lot about the Petrofund, and she also touched on some statistics. But just to give further details in terms of statistics, the fund has trained, please also just bear with me, I'm having trouble with my voice. The fund has trained 432 Namibians, and of those, 70 of them are specialized in oil and gas, specifically trained for oil and gas, petroleum engineering, petroleum law, as well as other courses. And in terms of what we train in country, there was a comment that none of the candidates who were funded at IUM or local institutions, but we did fund candidates who were trained at IUM. Those were teachers, and they were at the Ongwediva campus and also in Windhoek. So the fund specifically trains courses that are related to science, maths and science and engineering. So that's why most of the courses that we funded at IUM were mainly for teachers, those who are specializing or those who are majoring in maths and science. In terms of our application system or the selection, scholarship selection, we have a committee that when we receive applications, the committee sits, and the committee has representation from the Ministry of Industries, Mines and Energy, NAMCOR, which is the Namibia Petroleum Operators Association, which comprises of all oil companies. The Ministry of Education is also represented, as well as NAMCOR in the Petro Fund as well. So in terms of advertising, the Commissioner already mentioned that for the intake of next year, we have published in the local media, but we've also sent applications to regional offices, and the instruction was also that these applications should also be printed and be circulated and sent to constituency offices to just make sure that we reach all the corners of the country. In terms of the database, in 2023, we went to the public just to, request for the public to submit CVs on the core skills that that when we did the analysis are typically required for the oil and gas industry. We received CVs on a database, and like the Commissioner mentioned, most of the candidates who are deployed in other countries for upskilling and training with oil companies, most of them were obtained from that database. And at the moment, we process the data manually, but we are also working with a service provider who is making it electronically. So by the end of the year, we're hoping that we will go back to the public and share this link with everyone. It will also be on our website. Please continuously visit Petrofund for more opportunities, and that link where you can submit your CV will also be on our website. I think that is basically it from my side. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Julia. So, like we say, this will be the final session. Maybe I'll just allow 4 questions. Let's try to summarize. Okay, we can start with the gentleman at the back, since he has been raising up his hand for quite some time.
Yes, good afternoon. I would like to stand on the protocols that have been established already. First of all, I would like to say I'm disheartened. I started raising up my hand from the first round up until now. But it's okay, I forgive you, masters of proceedings. It's okay. Yes. So, just as my brother here said earlier on, because according to the speakers, the industries or those investors employing our local people or them making use of our local services is not enough at all. It's not worth it for Namibia or for the government to get a 10% or a 5% to say. So at least if it's not 50% as my brother over there said, at least a minimum of 30. So looking at the mine industry of diamonds, zinc, copper, those ones as we speak, if we look at them, the government only earns maybe 3%, 10%, which is less. So for oil and gas, at least since it's new in the industry, so at least can we make it even a minimum of 30%? I thank you.
Let's give a chance to those who did not ask a question. Okay, it seems like there's someone who'd like to ask on that end.
Thank you very much.
I just wanted to check with my brother Mbea. Am I right? Is it okay if I don't introduce myself? It's fine.
We need to know who has
I just wanted to check with the lawyer if it's fine. Because I wish to. I wish not to introduce myself.
If you want to speak anonymously, then you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, firstly, I wish to appreciate that at least we can express ourselves without expecting a knock at my bedroom door at night. It's an appreciation. Because I see the state intelligence is here. Nane commissioner, I think she just walked out. Nane governor, I'm very, very happy that I can express myself freely without expecting a knock at my door at night. I hope you understand what I mean. Yeah, it's very unfortunate, and I'm very happy that students are here, that we continue discussing our problems, we continue to discuss topics of national interest in foreign languages.
Excuse me, sir, can you speak closer to the mic?
Okay, let me repeat. I was saying, I'm not happy, but it's very unfortunate that we continue discussing matters of national interest in foreign languages. Because if you check the number that is here, approximately this might be 0.something% of Kavango West residents. I walked from a village and I spoke to my mother. I told her I'm going to attend a meeting. But it was very, very hard to explain to her what the meeting is all about. So what I mean, I think it will be very, very important that what we are discussing here, or the policy, is translated in local languages in Namibia. Because our traditional authorities will need it. Yesterday, I had a discussion on Ponombaha at my village. The main source of information at my village is radio. The meeting that we have today here was announced on our local radio. The following points were raised by the boys at the village. Point 1, it's very disturbing to hear that some regions are poorer than the others. This might be a point of debate, but very few or little is being done to remedy the situation. It's very disturbing to hear that some regions are richer than the others. But informations are coming that some residents in those regions are thieves. The only element that will save us from the mess that might develop from these national resources in potency is the political will. But let us not feed on the information asymmetry. For more information, before Ask Nigeria with Boko Haram. Ask Mozambique, northern part of Mozambique. They will tell you more about natural resources. The political will is the way to go. Thank you.
So can we pass the mic on this one and maybe let that be our last question?
Good afternoon. All protocols observed. My name is Marcus Moronga. I'm the project manager of Kavango Traditional Leaders Forum. I just have a few concerns. I don't see anyone from the San community in this hall being represented or attending by their in their personal capacity. And then the rural youth, the people in the bush, how do we include them in this policy? And then the last thing is the youth. I'm so happy there are more young people in this hall. And I have a message for you guys. Let's engage more. When we come to these platforms, ask questions, read, go on YouTube, do a research, learn about oil. So when you come here, you have an informed mind. You ask relevant questions, and then position yourself. Where do you see yourself in Namibia after 20 years? Where do you see your kids? Let's engage in development, as the governor said. No one will bring development for us, guys. We need to own this. Be proud in your region. Try. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Before we pass the mic to the Honorable Governor, the gentleman this side, next to my stylish brother, has been raising his arm, though we gave him a chance previously. I hope what you are asking is not what you have raised already. So briefly, can you just state what is your last question? Yes, him.
Actually, this one is based on the mine. Okay, let me say, since a mine gives 10% from the profit made to the state, and also maybe the tax deduction, and here we are talking about transparency. Is this information published to the public interest so it doesn't bring confusion within the public, I mean?
Get that question?
Okay, I'm asking based on the deduction, like the 10% profit made by the mine, and also maybe the tax deduction. Like, is this transaction being published in in the media? Depends on the public interest.
Okay, thank you. I think hopefully the question has been got.
Once again for the floor. I didn't want to ask this question, but since Mr. Mbundu was answering in his not own accord, but by the PR, and then he was saying something about the corruption, which I didn't want to speak of, because if you find one rotten apple in a basket, not all of them are rotten. But eventually, some apples start also to be rotten. But my question is, like, what kind of surveillance program or project that you guys in your organization are currently working on to ensure that no further corruption is going to happen again? That's just my question. Thank you.
Okay, I think we need to bring the mic now to the Honorable Governor. She also wanted to make a comment before we invite for answers, and then we'll ask the CRO to give us the vote of thanks. Sola, the mic here in front, sorry.
Thank you very much, Director of Proceedings, for this opportunity granted to me. I like it when I see people engaging. That's really the reason why we are here. You're here to rate us, huh? Miss Noni nom katandira ko kuna ko village zetu kui. Naire wa gusa kui toroka. Wa kambadara kui tutorokera. Ipo kenye guma tunde mono yuma yotoa wizire. So mine, Commissioner, first is to Petro Fund. It's just a request, kind request, to say that when the applications are being reviewed or looked at, I want to remind Petro Fund that Kavango West region, as it stands, we have 58.1 youth unemployment. And the reason why I have to say this is because many a times we are all competing in the same pool with some regions that are actually better off. And if we are told 3 across the board, but I think we have to really start to look at this differently. Differently in the sense that we are unique in our different ways as 14 regions. And for us, it is a concern. So if there are opportunities, let us please award a bit more to regions like Kavango West region because of this high unemployment rate, which I just alluded to. It's just a humble request that I'm making. And also while I'm there, we are looking forward to see our VTC opening its doors next year. And oil and gas, these are some of the courses. Unfortunately, I'm not seeing the center manager here, but it would be nice if these courses can be really considered at that level. At that level, certificates and perhaps a diploma. We are hearing of IUM offering master's level. So if we want really to be part and parcel of this, we need to bring our side. So this is becoming, it's our VTC, and we have to make sure that it offers the courses that will benefit our young people. Lastly, if you look at this document, on page 14, number 7 there, this is now talking about the policy aims to provide a clear and stable regulatory framework to local content, focusing on, and I'm just drawing your attention to number 7, which is creating opportunities for meaningful Namibian participation and financing at all levels of the sector. So I think really our entrepreneurs, our business people, they are trying, but for us to make sure that they participate fully in the value chains, we need to make sure that they are really empowered. I'm happy this is mentioned, and I know we can be put at ease by Commissioner because the fact that it is here is because the government knows that our entrepreneurs are somehow handicapped when it comes to really fully participating because of the means, the capital, and all this. It's a caring government, and that's why this type of emphasis are done to make sure that a lot of our businesses really participate. So that is something I just wanted to bring under your attention. Thank you so much.
Okay, I think we have gotten quite most of the questions. So I would just implore the crowd that should there be further remaining questions, please, you can still channel them through the local or regional leadership, and it can still reach to us in good time, and it may be considered. In the meantime, I'll give Mr. Mbeha an opportunity just to answer to some of the questions before we invite our CRO to come give us a vote of thanks, and then we close with our national anthem and AU. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the questions and inputs. We have also noted the concerns raised by the Honorable Governor. When we are writing our reports, everything will be jotted down. Of course, it will be communicated to State House accordingly. Just to answer some of the questions, although some were more of comments. In terms of the language, of course, we know that Namibia is a diverse country. We have various languages, so in order to meet each other halfway, our leaders, in terms of the constitution, they decided that the English language will be the official language of Namibia. But of course, where it is possible, we try to include the various languages which are available and so forth. Perhaps maybe we'll just, going forward, to strengthen more, especially with the interpreters and so forth. But we are using the English language because that's the official language. We do understand that oil can destabilize the country. In other countries, that has happened. So that's why it needs to be managed very well. But of course, that's not to encourage citizens that when you are unhappy, you must take up arms. Namibia is a peaceful country. If people are unhappy, we engage until eventually we find the solution. Because if you choose otherwise, we have a very capable force and security cluster, and such will be dealt with accordingly. The issue of translating to local languages, it's certainly a good idea. That is something which the unit can look into to see how that can be done. And generally, Namibia is a country, it will not be the first time whereby a document will be translated into a local language. That is something which can be done. Minimum of 30%. It has come over and over. We will jot it as a recommendation. But just to mention also, to say that the minimum, you can always go higher, of course. So whether you're at 10%, if as government you want more, you can always go higher. But to just, if we feel that we just have to increase the threshold to 30%, that is something which can be looked at. Other countries, I had a discussion with one colleague when I was in Saudi Arabia, and they were telling me that they started small in terms of state participation. But in terms of the money they were making, they started empowering Aramco. We showed that company, which is now worth 1.5 trillion. They empowered it so much that now that company is at a level whereby it does not need any participation from anyone. It's possibly one of the richest companies in the world. If they want to go and explore, they just go on their own. They don't need to be carried by another company. So it's about a model that you choose. That do you want to be carried forever, or you can put measures in place and you put your resources in order, and then eventually you can go on your own as state participation. But we take, we note the aspect of 30%. It was said that the sun are not here, I do not know, we didn't take stock to confirm that if they are not here. But of course, communication was done. Perhaps some of them didn't reach them. So it's just for us as an institution to see how we can improve on the communication to make sure that it reaches all the corners of the country. So it is well noted. Comment on that, I didn't really understand because this one is the petroleum sector. Mine is also a different sector, which remained with the Ministry of Mines. But in terms of government policies, things such as tax and so forth, those are outlined in government documents, such as the law, or you can go read the report or the websites of various ministries, and then you understand how things are done and so forth. So in terms of our government, even information must be shared with the public. It's part of the reason we are doing these consultations, that the public needs to be aware of what is happening and so forth. So this policy eventually will become a law. Hence, we came to the various regions so the people can be aware of what is the government's intention and so forth. But of course, questions can always be sent. If it's to the Ministry of Mines and Energy, Ministry of Industries, Mines and Energy, a question can be addressed to them, they will be able to answer. If it's also to the oil sector, to the petroleum sector, which is now under the Office of the President, questions can continually be sent, and then we will be able to address those questions. But the policy of government is that transparency has to be there. And even the licenses which were offered to the various license holders, anyone who wants to view those, you can make any, you can try to set up a meeting with our office to say that you would want to. That is not something which is withheld from the public. So in terms of transparency, we are very strong on that, but we will continually keep improving because nothing is 100%. You continually have to improve on what you have. I think I've answered, but there will be a question which my boss will come and address. Thank you.
On the issue of financing, the policy has made provision, and I would like to applaud the statement, the positive statement from the Honorable Governor, that government is indeed intentional, and we are aware of what needs to be done, and it's within our mandate to make the provision for that, and we have already started doing that. With that being said, one of the most conduit for provision of financing, especially when production or revenue start flowing in, the Sovereign Wealth Fund has a bill. And with that bill, it articulates how revenues that has been generated from the industry will be utilized and managed in a prudent manner. Prudent means that it's managed or utilized so that it become a catalyst for development currently as we are living. So serving the national development agenda and priorities and serving the generation today that are earning, it also should be managed in such a way that it leaves some for the future generation, as knowing that the oil is a non-renewable resource. Once it's finished, there should be some that should be found by the future generation also to be able to benefit. But also another element of prudent management will involve then investment into the economy and diversifying the economy. And one way of investing into the economy is therefore allowing a portion of this revenue, perhaps to then be able to fund the SME development as we have them. But with that being said, currently there are already tools on the ground that are working to fund for performances of services in the oil industry in Namibia. If you have a contract that you were awarded but you don't have the capital that you require, there are various mechanisms that are currently already on the ground. With an offer of contract, you can be able to approach FNB, RNB has just availed capital, I think to a tune of $1 billion Namibian dollar, if I'm not mistaken, just to fund operation or services that are contracts that are within the oil industry. Bank Windhoek has also made provision for a similar investment fund that is available for anybody to be able to tap in as long as you are serving the oil industry. The Namibian Youth and Energy Forum also have a fund that they have established that is also catering or supporting and empowering the SME. And this is also in addition to, there is also a relation between Moneda Invest, Capital, and FNB, which is also another tool that empowers the SME to accelerate the local content development. So with these various avenues, right now, capital, availability of capital should not be your hindrance to participate. Participate, offer your service, get awarded that contract, and then the conversation for how to finance that contract can begin. And these are the few various platforms that you can approach for you to be able to finance. I had also promised that perhaps there was also lack of information in terms of when we say servicing the oil industry, what exactly do we mean? The list is very long, and the oil industry gets service. There are those services that service the industry directly, but there are also those that offer the support services and auxiliaries to the industry. And all these together are what we are speaking when we are saying serving the industry in terms of local content. So when we when we're drafting the policy, we also wanted to assess to see what is the capability of Namibia. So a study was conducted to assess offering these services. So with that study, we came up, the study showed that we are not yet there to be able to offer as a country. We need to grow that capability. For example, if you are to be able to provide the service maybe of supply vessels or chase boats that supply equipment to the rig, we don't have such in Namibia yet. Or services like for being a drilling contractor. We don't have Namibian companies that are able to drill offshore yet that have that capability. But within that, while those are listed as those that we still need to maybe another 5 years for us to develop that capability, and which we can do through JV with companies from the international market that are offering those services. There were those that were listed to be, that Namibia right now can be able to provide those services. For example, services like to supply work safety equipments, overalls, hard hats, safety goggles. Namibian companies can be able to supply those. And these are the biggest consumable of the industry. Gloves, just protective gears in terms of safety is one of the biggest consumable that you can be able to supply. Others include also equipment rentals. When Recon Africa is busy here with their work, maybe putting together the project, a site, they need TLBs, wouldn't they? And all those equipments, we have them as we are using them in the construction industries. Things like ICT services. When you have the rig 300 kilometers, you need to communicate with the shore. So these services are still needed. Electrifications, road construction, civil engineering services, inspection and certification of environment to be safe or not safe. Things like supplying of firefighting equipment. Those are things that we can do. Training. We need teachers to be training people on what is the oil industry, on how to behave when you are offshore, how to behave when you are at a site. These are skills that we have right now. We just need to bridge that gap. Catering. We have labored on this issue. People need to eat. But when they eat, the food needs to come from somewhere. Tomatoes, onions, bread, meat. How many cows do we have in Kavango West? How many butchers do we have? You can supply meat. Project management, recruitment services. When they are looking for employees, you can offer the service of being a labor hire company. Surveys, to do the surveying. Hotels, B&Bs, guest houses. They need accommodation when they are there. Water supply, just fresh water. They might be in the sea, they might be water, but that is not fresh water. You need to supply those. Security services, transportation, consultancies, legal consultancies, economic consultancies, environmental consultancies, all these services, and the list goes on and on and on, are what the industry needs. Cement, fabrication, how to make, how to fix, how to weld, how to make certain component of the wells. So all these services are available, but we just need to then to see, build from what we already have and see how can I take what I'm already having and learning more in terms of how do I use the skills that I have to serve the industry while still capacitating myself to learn other new skills. In a nutshell, that's just what I wanted to add.
I think we have really fully engaged, and I'm sure we are all getting tired. So at this point in time now, I'm going to invite our CRO so he can give us the vote of thanks. I'm still getting, is it a question you would like to pose, sir? A recommendation? Okay, I would just encourage you to meet with one of the delegations and we'll take your point, say, if that's the case. So at this point in time, I'm going to invite the CRO to come give us the vote of thanks. Then we'll do the national anthem and we'll close off. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremonies, or Director of this program for the day, Honorable Verna Sinimbo, the Regional Governor of the Kavango West Region, His Worship, Honorable Japhet Muti, the Mayor of our beautiful town of Nkurenkuru. Director of Proceeding, Honorable Governor, allow me to stand and arise by the protocol earlier established. I know this day could not come at the right and purposeful time. There's a say that there's time for everything, and everything happens within its time. My responsibility here is to move the vote of thanks as a closing remark. And I know a lot has already been said of course, by all of us in here, particularly by the Honorable Governor and the Commissioner, Maggie, towards the conclusion of this program. And I do not need to again repeat most of the summarized things that were already said. To me, it's only to appreciate the colleagues from the Upstream Petroleum and the entire delegation that came to the region today to bring us this engagement. Without you, we could not have received this engagement. And I would not want to single each and every one of us seated in here. I should collectively appreciate you. If you look at the time when we started, without any break in the middle, I do not also want to overstretch your natural needs. Because food, water, and every break that we require in life is to respond to the setup of our Creator. With that, I want to send you with the following 3 quotes. The first one says, and I quote, "You can't change someone who doesn't see a problem with their actions." That's the end of the first quote. The second one, "Sometimes you have to choose what is right, but not what is easy." That is the second quote. The last quote, which is also commonly known, it goes as says, it's an African proverb. A wise man once said, and I quote, "Until the lion learns how to write, every story will glorify the hunter." End of quote. With that, I thank you all sincerely.
Thank you very much, the CRO of Nkurenkuru. So at this point in time, I will request our sound engineer to help us with the national anthem as we close off. And maybe just before we go to the anthem, as I announced earlier on, that meals will be saved. On your way out using the back door, there will be meals for the general public, and for the high table, they will be served from where they are, together with the dignitaries. Thank you.
Let us all unite and celebrate together the victories won for our liberation. Let us dedicate ourselves to rise together to defend our liberty and unity. Oh, sons and daughters of Africa, flesh of the sky and flesh of the sky, let us make Africa the tree of life. Namibia, land of the brave freedom fight, we have won. Glory to their bravery, whose blood waters our freedom. We give our love and loyalty, together in unity, contrasting beautiful Namibia.
Thank you very much for your participation. So the activity is adjourned and we may...